नो भाई, रुको रुको। हेलो हेलो। प्लगइन देखिए, ऐसा कल चल रहा था ना, मुझे पता है ना।
प्रतीक सर, मैं होस्ट नहीं हूँ, को होस्ट ही हूँ मैं।
जब इनविटेशन दे रहे थे, आपसे कह रहे थे जोसेफ की क्लास से अटेंडेंस मार्क।
हेलो हेलो
जी हाँ, हेलो
सर, मंजीत बोल रहा हूँ। मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आप कोई किसी को भी होस्ट मत क्लेम करना आप लोग, ठीक है? मैं आप लोगों को को होस्ट बना रहा हूँ, ठीक है? आपका यूट्यूब लाइव हो चुका है,
ठीक
तो
है।
मैं आपको यूट्यूब का लिंक भेज रहा हूँ इसके चैट बॉक्स में।
मंजीत सर,
हाँ सर।
सर फेसबुक लाइव में दिक्कत आ रही है, विंडोज कैप्चर नहीं कर रहा है जूम का।
क्या नहीं हो रहा है?
ओबीएस विंडोज कैप्चर नहीं कर रहा है जूम का।
जूम का?
विंडोज कैप्चर नहीं कर रहा है ओबीएस, ब्लैंक दिखा रहा है।
अब मैं क्या करूँ बताओ सर?
अच्छा, लेट अस नॉट डिस्कस हियर। यहाँ पे आप देख लेना, आप सर पीछे बैकग्राउंड में देखो आप क्या करना है।
ठीक है, मैंने आपको सेंड कर दिया, ठीक है सर?
हेलो मंजित सर, मानसी बोल रही हूँ।
जी मैम, प्लीज बताएं।
सर, होस्ट का राइट जो है वो कल भी दिक्कत हुई थी, आप किसको दे रहे हैं?
मैम मेरे पास रख रहा हूँ मैम।
बट डू नॉट रिक्लेम इट बैक, बिकॉज हमारा ऑपरेशन में दिक्कत हो जाती है। को होस्ट या होस्ट किसी को बना दीजिए प्लीज।
मैम मैंने सबको को होस्ट बना दिया है, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ आप, ठीक है?
ओके ओके, सो ऑपरेशन में हमको दिक्कत नहीं होगी, आई होप।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी मैम।
और यूट्यूब लाइव इज ऑन, यूट्यूब लाइव इज सेटल्ड।
यस मैम, आई हैव ऑलरेडी सेंड यू लिंक इन चैट बॉक्स मैम।
चैट बॉक्स में।
अच्छा, अभी चैट बॉक्स में भेजा। ओके, सो हमको सिर्फ इसको चलाना है। सो दैट विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 10:30, राइट?
सेशंस को रिकॉर्ड करना है मैम, सेशंस को रिकॉर्ड।
समझ गई, मतलब 10:30 से लाइव शुरू होगा ना? ओके, एंड फेसबुक?
मैम फेसबुक लाइव नहीं हो पा रहा एक्चुअली।
फेसबुक भी हो गया ना अश्विनी सर? फेसबुक का क्या स्टेटस?
फेसबुक लाइव नहीं हो पा रहा मैम, विंडोज ब्लैंक आ रहा है, नहीं क्यों
फेसबुक नहीं हो पा रहा है?
नहीं हो पा रहा है।
और हम लोग
क्या
काफी
इशू
लोगों
क्या
को
आ रहा है
ज्वाइन
सर?
कर रहे हैं।
इशू क्या आ रहा है?
विंडो ब्लैंक आ रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
सो प्लीज आप अभी भी आपके
मैं
पास
देखता हूँ।
10 मिनट है सर, थोड़ा सा
मैं
थोड़ा
देखता हूँ।
प्लीज, ठीक है? थैंक यू।
कोई प्रॉब्लम आती तो कौन डील करेगा, उसका नंबर दे दूं क्या कर?
अच्छा, शीतल मैम हैज जॉइंड और व्हाट? शीतल मैम, शीतल मैम मैं देख रही, पता नहीं। अच्छा नहीं, ये दूसरा। अच्छा,
प्रत्युष सर को को होस्ट बनाओ।
प्रत्युष सर को नहीं, हाँ प्रत्युष सर को को-होस्ट बना दो, मुझे बना दो।
मैं लिख रहा हूँ।
क्या लिख रहे हो?
आई एम गिविंग हिम द नेम्स जिन सबको होस्ट बनाना है।
हाँ कर दो आप। और रमेश, रमेश कहाँ हो तुम अभी?
I don't know, but it might be.
And there are many people in the meeting, no? There are many people already joined. There are many people already joined, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. Done. Okay. So we are accepting all people in, right? So we have started it. Okay, take it, fine. Thank you.
क्या हाल है वसीम?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning after a long time.
Yeah, same here, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Hello everyone.
Good morning, sir. Yeah.
Good morning, Mansi.
Thank you, sir.
So, how is your health now, sir?
Well, my cough has not gone yet, but I somehow manage.
I wish you.
Get well soon, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it is COVID cough or viral cough, but it's been there for more than a month now. Anyway, we'll see. So we'll see. I'll try not to speak too much.
Sure.
So we can start, Vasim, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let us wait for 3 minutes, no?
Yeah, because it's already 10:28 only. So we can wait for 2 more minutes and then we
Okay.
will formally begin our session.
आप में भी हो रहा है क्या सर?
Semester 4.
Okay, let me begin this session now formally. Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone for today's session of the FDP that focuses on the theme Inquiring Conventional Research Methodology in Social Sciences. This is Wasim from here. Today we have the pleasure of being joined by Professor Sabyasachi. He is going to enlighten us with his vast knowledge on the topic titled What Does It Mean to Be an Academic? By way of introduction, Professor Sabyasachi is an anthropologist by training and currently working as a professor in the Department of Sociology, Jamia Millia Islamia. In the course of teaching at Jamia Millia Islamia, he has worked on issues related to learning as distinct from teaching. He has been traveling faculty for the Rethinking Globalization program coordinated by the International Honors Program at Boston University. He has several publications, the most recent one, Between Earth and the Sky, which is about the world of the forest outside of clock time, a collection of essays about the forest living space. So many of us are really looking forward to this presentation because of your meticulous scholarship that spans disparate research traditions in cultural anthropology, archaeology, and anthropological linguistics. It's a real pleasure to have you, Professor Sabyasachi, with us on this FTP. He's going to talk about for around 40 to 45 minutes, and then we will get 10 to 15 minutes or so for the question answer round. For questions, participants are welcome to put them in chat. And if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook, I have got an eye on the YouTube chat as well. So please do feel free to put your questions on the live stream as well. Please submit your feedback form at the end of this session that will be shared with you during the session. So without any further ado, over to you now, Professor Sabyasachi sir. Professor Sabyasachi sir.
Thank you very much. There is a hand up. Prashant Kumar Singh. We want to take that up before I start.
No. We will take queries at the end.
Prashant, please.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to talk to your group. Special thanks to Mansi, who persisted and persuaded me to come despite my not being very well. I will request the indulgence of all the participants because my throat is not very healthy and I might not be able to speak for too long without coughing. So I'll try and do my best in this circumstance. What is it to be an academic? It's a very important question from many angles. My interest in the question was provoked by students when they asked me questions about what are the prospects of becoming an academic after they've done their master's or after they've done their PhD. A BA honors student once came to me and said, "Sir, I am told by my parents that academics are very badly behaved people." So I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "We have a whole lot of university professors in our neighborhood. This is a gated community. And we see them all the time fighting with each other, badly behaving with lower rung staff, and absolutely intolerant to things that they don't like. So my parents have told me it's pointless becoming an academic because if that is what you want to become, then it's going to be very bad." Some other students came and told me, look at the way academics suffer at the end of their life. Some of them harm themselves, some of them begin to beat their wives, some of them begin to commit suicide. What does it all mean to be an academic? So that's one set of questions that were posed to me. The second set of questions that came to me from students was, academics are very verbose, which means to say they use a language which is incomprehensible to anyone else other than themselves. And they have a tendency of making things that are simple very complex. And it is really not very welcoming for people who are not trained in the discipline to appreciate the kind of work they do. The third set of questions that were asked to me by my students was, especially students who had passed out and who became journalists and said, we are given to understand that academia is a self-contained very, very closed profession. They keep to their own self. They have a world of their own, and they have very little to do with the kind of things that are happening in the public sphere and in the public domain. He said that some academic research is good because it helps us to draft policy. Some academic research is good because it helps us to think through questions. But large amount of academic research is very basically a group of people talking between themselves and no relationship with the larger society. The fourth inspiration to think about this question came from a rickshaw puller. I was going from my university to my metro station, and on the way, this rickshaw man asked me, I want to ask you a question. And this question was concerning what kind of medical treatment he must get. And he said, I have heard 10 different views on what is correct and what is not right. And each time I go to a new doctor, I get a different view, and I don't know how to differentiate between what is reliable and what is not reliable. You are a professor of a university. I expect you to tell me the truth. I have been thinking about these 4 questions posed to me by students and by an ordinary man on the streets. And that is the basis of what I'm going to discuss with you today. Now, the self-contained question is actually concerning the knowledge that we academics produce. The bad behavior is concerned with what happens to the person of the academic in the pursuit of his profession. And the rickshaw puller's question actually tells us what is our accountability to the larger world in which we live, in the context in which we work. And having thought over these things for several years and with several students and several faculty members, I want to make 4 propositions. My first proposition is that, and I will elaborate these as we go along, and some of it we may leave for discussion towards the end of the talk. My first proposition is that to be an academic, we have the responsibility of creating reliable and dependable knowledge. Second, this is possible only and only if we understand what is the meaning of intellectual self-reliance. Thirdly, intellectual self-reliance is essentially and fundamentally concerned with studentship. And these 3 come together to tell us what is an academic, or who is an academic, what does it mean to be an academic. From school, as we become part of the education system, we begin by being dependent on our teachers and our parents. So when we are in primary school, everything is told to us by our primary school teachers and our parents. How to sit, how to wash, how to go to toilet, how to brush our teeth, what food to eat, what not to eat, what words are good, what words are not good, and everything is told to us by our parents and our teachers. As we move from primary school to secondary school, we are given certain tasks to do ourselves, which means to say we ought to know certain things, and other things are told to us by our teachers. So we ought to know what are the alphabets of the grammar, we ought to know a basic arithmetic, we ought to know a little bit of reading and writing, and we ought to know a certain amount of personal health and hygiene. As we move from secondary school to high school, we are given over some more tasks to do, and we expected to do our homework properly. We are not told to do everything as we move to high school. Certain tasks are taken over by the teacher, but as we progress from primary school to high school, we acquire a skill to be intellectually less dependent on our teachers and our parents. When we move to the university, we have to get rid of our school-going habits of finding one text to find readings for one text on one topic. We are trained to learn and read on our own. Teachers help us, but we are expected to do our own reading and understand things ourselves. As we move from the university undergraduate to the postgraduate, we get a little more intellectually self-reliant, and our dependence on teachers becomes even less. Finally, when we do a PhD, we are expected to be on our own 2 feet. Teachers are only like gardeners to the plant. They only give us the right kind of fodder, the right kind of fertilizer, the amount of water that we need, and we are supposed to be intellectually self-reliant by the time we finish our PhD. In other words, intellectual self-reliance at the PhD level means that we should be able to make our own syllabus. We should be able to find a good, reasonable way of selecting what we want to research. And we should be able to map for our own self, without dependence on anyone else, the methodologies and the modes of analysis that we want to indulge in. Now, independence here does not mean autonomy. Independence here means interdependence. In other words, we are expected to have an independent way of thinking, which is discussable. Now, this studentship has 3 important dimensions, which we learn progressively, which we are expected to learn progressively as we move from school to high school and then to doctoral and then beyond. These 3 elements are that we are expected to differentiate between 3 modes of knowledge. First mode of knowledge I would like to define as traditional mode of knowledge. The second mode of knowledge I want to define as charismatic mode of knowledge. And the third mode of knowledge I want to define as reason-abled knowledge. Now, I'll give you a brief idea of what each of these means. If we recollect that Max Weber told us that there were 3 different forms of authority. Now, my reading of Max Weber tells me that these forms of authority are actually legitimized by 3 different modes of acquiring knowledge. Authority is legitimized by knowledge and not by sheer brute force. That is the difference between power and authority. Now, I will give you a brief idea of what each of these means, and then I will dwell on what is it that academics involves with these 3 relationships of knowledge to studentship. Traditional mode of knowledge is basically the wisdom of our ancestors, the wisdom of our elderly people, which has been accumulated over several generations and which may or may not be related to any text. So we have the panchayat system, we have the system of family elders whose wisdom we rely on, and we listen to them because they are the holders of this wisdom. That is why they get legitimacy, and that's why we listen to them. The second mode of knowledge is charismatic mode of knowledge. A charismatic mode of knowledge means that there is a knowledge that you have got as revelation. You have a direct connection with the divine, or you have a direct connection with a mystical force or a mystical source of knowledge. And because of that connection, you acquire knowledge, whether it is of society, whether it is of food, whether it is of medicine, it doesn't matter. But your source of knowledge is a revelation that you have seen or you've been exposed to by virtue of your own gift from nature or by virtue of being trained by a guru. So you listen to charismatic people because they have access to that kind of knowledge. And the third mode of knowledge is reason-based knowledge, which is the concern for academics. Reason-based knowledge has a very important difference between these 2 modes of knowledge. What is common to charismatic and traditional mode of knowledge is that both of them rely on an external authority for legitimation. So in the case of traditional knowledge, there is the wisdom of the elders. So the elders mediate between you and the knowledge systems. In the charismatic mode of knowledge, it is the charismatic person who mediates between you and knowledge system. So you need the elders and the charismatic person to legitimize any form of knowledge that you may want to have or use. In these 2 modes of knowledge, the word is very important. The word of the elders as against the word of people who are not wise. the word of the charismatic people as opposed to the word of the followers. The quality of the word is that it can't be questioned. It can only be questioned to solicit a better understanding of the word. The word of the charismatic leader cannot be questioned as an interrogation, as in a critical analysis. Similarly, the word of the traditional knowledge holders or elders cannot be questioned. There is a tacit agreement, or there is an implicit faith in what they say, and therefore we will adopt whatever they say. A very good example of it is when we go to the temple and we say that I will fast for 21 days and let my wishes become true. We fast for 21 days and our wishes don't come true. We therefore don't question the validity of the fast. We say something must have gone wrong within ourselves. Therefore, the fast was not effective enough for our wishes to be granted. Now, reason-based knowledge is very different from this. Reason-based knowledge is concerned with the word of reason, R-E-A-S-O-N with a capital R, which means that this word of reason accepts no external authority for its legitimacy. It has the properties of self-correction. It has the properties of standing by its own 2 feet. It does not take any external authority for legitimacy. And this mode of thinking, this mode of creating knowledge is based on a very different understanding of question. Question here is not to undermine faith. Question here is not to undermine or to ridicule people who hold knowledge. Question here is a way of getting deeper and deeper into the phenomena that you see. Only by asking questions can you go deeper and deeper into the phenomena that you see. For example, in sciences, we see this very clearly. You want to know what matter is made of, so you ask what is matter. Then you find out that matter is made of atoms. Then you ask what is an atom. Then you go deeper and then you ask what is an electron. And you go deeper and deeper and deeper only with the questions that you have to ask. The second important part of academic knowledge is that when you ask a question, you're not only opening up a whole area for research and exploration, you're also committed to finding the appropriate instrument to find the question that you are wanting to answer. For example, you use the microscope to observe first, and then you created the electron microscope, and so on and so forth. As you progress in the questions that you ask, and the deeper you want to go, you correspondingly create instruments for observation also. But this is a very important attribute of what we call studentship. In the university system, as students and teachers, our energies are spent largely to enrich the theory and practice of studentship. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is a derivative of studentship. The number of papers that you write, the number of books that you publish, the number of articles that you go and present in seminars, everything else is a byproduct of what it means to be a student. Or in other words, if the studentship is anyway diluted, the quality of work that you will produce will be diluted as well. So studentship is our primary concern. In classrooms, in the fieldworks that we do, in the research projects that we take up, in the doctoral program that we do, in the postdoctoral work that we want to do, and in our professional lives as teachers, our primary concern is to foster and enrich studentship. And especially for teachers, what I want to suggest is that a good teacher is one who can demonstrate what does it mean to be a student. A good teacher is not the one who can give the knowledge that he has, but does not share with the students the process of getting to that knowledge. Studentship is very important because studentship is a demonstration of how the knowledge has been created. In other words, if you want to understand philosophers like Karl Popper or Wittgenstein, there are two ways of doing it. One is to understand the content, which is very, very important. But the other way is also to find out how did Wittgenstein actually generate the text that he did? What kind of questions did he ask? What kind of readings did he do? What kind of discussion did he do? And what kind of contemplation did he do such that he came up with the text that he did? Now, this is always an approximation. And it cannot be anything else but an approximation, because we can't get into Wittgenstein's soul. We can read about his life and learn a little bit, but more than that, this is a non-linear way of reading a text, which means the linear way of reading a text is to go chapter-wise in the way it has been presented, and a non-linear way of reading a text is actually to discover how the author actually wrote the book. What data did he collect? What conversations did he have? And that is why we see that there are three important elements of studentship which I want to emphasize today. And these three elements of studentship are reading, writing, and reflexivity. I repeat, they are called reading, writing, and reflexivity. And these are very, very different in the reason-abled mode of knowledge as against charismatic and traditional modes of knowledge. Before I elaborate on reading, writing, and reflexivity, I also want to suggest that within the academia, we also find the prevalence of traditional and the charismatic mode of knowledge. Which is to say, within the academic community, within a particular department and within the community of academia across departments, we have certain conventions to follow. You have certain conventions of research to follow, right? These conventions have emerged over a period of time. Any wavering from these conventions is not acceptable within an institution. These conventions actually define the institutional framework for research. Within the academia, we have our heroes. We have our favorites, right? We have the wisdom of our senior teachers and professors. And that wisdom we are expected to abide by unquestioningly. While this is necessary for an institutional life, it can also become very harmful for understanding what does it mean to be an academic. So, academic means that reading, writing, and reflexivity are three different forms of three very primary concerns of studentship. There is observation. Reading corresponds to observation. Writing corresponds to discussion and debate. And reflexivity corresponds to contemplation. I repeat, reading, writing, and reflexivity are three very important arms of studentship. Whether it is a teacher or a student or a professor or anybody else who's working in research institutes, these are very, very important elements of studentship. Reading, writing, and reflexivity. Reading is one form of observation. Unless you see, seeing by itself is not important. What you see is important. In the question of what you see, we begin to understand the first elementary aspect of reading. Reading a book is only one byproduct of this very primary function of reading. Observation. Without observation, there is no academic knowledge. Without observation, there is no scientific knowledge. It is not that people in ordinary life don't observe. Everybody observes. But in academia, we have a very, very well-defined, rigorous way of understanding what observation is, which I'll come to very soon. The second element of studentship is writing. Now, writing is not only a mode of self-expression. Writing is a mode of sharing your knowledge with people at large. Writing is a mode of inviting discussion. Writing is a mode of opening yourself up to other ideas that are available only through discussion. So the second important element of studentship is discussion. And one form of that discussion is to write. So you write your papers, you publish them in journals, you publish them in newspapers, you present them in seminars, and the intention is not just to say a piece and walk away. The intention is to get a discussion on it so that you learn from other people and you become part of an academic community. So writing is corresponding to discussion. Reflexivity. Reflexivity is concerned with contemplation. By contemplation in academia, we mean that having got all the inputs that you have from discussion, having done your own research, you are then faced with certain questions to deal with. Contemplation is concerned with sitting quietly and reflecting over the discussions that you've had with many people and try and process your ideas and see your work as a progressive movement towards more clarity. Without contemplation, there is no clarity, because contemplation completes the process of observation, of sharing, discussion, debate, and of finding out the essence or the reflections on what you have actually received from the larger community. Now, these are very, very important components which require a practice. These are not one-time things that you can do. So studentship is a mode of practicing reading, writing, and reflexivity, of observation, of discussion, and contemplation. To be an academic is to practice these three modes of studentship. The knowledge that you produce is only an expression of how well you have practiced these three modes of studentship. If any one of these is lacking, if any one of these is weak, your mode of production of knowledge is weak, and the knowledge that you produce is accordingly deficient. I repeat, what you write and how you write is dependent on how rigorously, how honestly you have practiced these three modes of studentship: observation, discussion, and contemplation. Now, the practice of these three is not an easy task. And I want to suggest that learning from history, there have been occasions when these three modes have had to hibernate. These three modes have had to move outside the university system. These three modes have been squashed by political regimes. These three modes have been sometimes had to fade out for centuries because the political dispensation was not very happy with studentship. We are not concerned about the body of knowledge, because the body of knowledge can change, the body of knowledge can grow, the body of knowledge can be rectified. But the pursuit of studentship is very, 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 very difficult and very, very significant in the way the world itself is organized. Not only the political sphere, but the entire world in which you live is organized and based on whether you practice studentship or not. There are three different obstacles to studentship, which I think are very important to consider and reflect on. First, these obstacles I call othering of studentship. So your own understanding of your own self is first an obstacle to studentship. So constructions of the self other studentship. I don't want to work so hard. Why should I read 21 books? What relevance is this for me? My parents don't like this. I want to become a different man. Of what value is studying truth? And other habits. I can't work hard. The book demands that I read the book for 24 hours and work. Why should I waste my time on this? Now, these are rigors that are needed for observation. For observation, you need to be quiet. You can't observe when you're disturbed in your head. You can't observe while walking too fast. So in order to observe, you have to learn to acquire a certain mode of being in the world, which is not the same as being mobile. It is not the same as being immobile. So what does observation mean? That will help you to see. So your own understanding of yourself sometimes stands in the way. The second obstacle to studentship is the othering of the institution. Institutions sometimes create obstacles in studentship. I'll give you an example from my own life. When I started to do my research amongst the forest dwellers, my first task was to learn the language. And I had to submit a 6-month report to the ICSSR of my work in progress. I brought to them a list of 50 words that I had learned. And the institution said, well, this is not a good progress report. I said, no, this is the only progress that I have made, because before I understand the language, how can I even begin to research on understanding how forest dwellers think of the forest? He didn't like it. There was a lot of paperwork and my scholarship was cancelled. So there are certain institutional norms. You have to finish 21 readings in 5 days. Now that's the institutional mode of othering, which is not studentship, does not mean to fulfill the reading requirements that your academic committee has described. Studentship means to understand your own rhythms of learning, to respect your own rhythms of learning, because everybody has a different rhythm of learning. And that depends on so many social factors. But to use one rule for everybody's rhythm of learning is the other way of institutional othering. These are important. Institutions are important because institutions also are the places that can help you to grow. But at the same time, institutions have this propensity for othering as well. This is what we need to be careful about. The third mode of othering of studentship is historical memory. The weight of historical memory is sometimes not conducive to observation and to discussion. The baggage that we carry in our heads about our personal lives, about the difficulties that we have held, about the social disharmonies in our personal life, when we bring that into the reading and writing and reflexive aspects of studentship, they prevent us from reading, writing, and observation. A lot of students I have known, because of certain family problems, because of their own negative understanding of themselves, or their inability to even understand who they are as persons, have not been able to pursue the research. In other words, they have not been able to do fieldwork, and fieldwork is primarily concerned with observation. They have not been able to read and write or able to discuss, and etc., etc. Now, studentship is a pursuit to not be victims to this othering. At the same time, respect the three important elements of studentship, which is the self, the institution, and historical memory. I repeat, the self, the institution, and historical memory can perform very, very obstructive roles, such as othering the whole mode of studentship, but these are equally important for you to enrich and understand studentship as well. Now, before we get into I will not talk anymore about the obstructions because we can take that up for discussion. What I'm going to discuss now is, what does observation actually mean? And then I think I'll stop, and then we can have some question and answer sessions. Anthropology has a very important contribution to make in understanding what observation is. After the 1960s, when the colonial powers withdrew from across the world, and when across the world the right for self-determination was inserted, a big crisis happened in the academic world, especially in the social sciences, and especially in those social sciences that were very intensely engaged with the lives of people, like social anthropology, history, geography, social work, psychology, architecture. These are sciences that were dealing with people's lives directly. Before the 1960s, because of the colonial regimes that we were part of, and because of a particular classification of the sciences, in which physics was the hierarchy, top of the hierarchy, and social sciences were at the bottom, the mode of observation was what we say observer-centric, which means observation has two important components. First is the observer, and second is the observed. Before the 1960s, the observed was framed and fixed, rendering it totally passive. So the Adivasis that the anthropologists studied were framed and fixed. The Adivasis had no voice of their own. They could not respond to what the observers were asking of them. Very Elvin, who's a very well-known anthropologist, the folklore about him is something like this. Very Elvin went to a village in Bastar where I was working and I did my fieldwork. He went to a village called Binjli, where I met the elders 2 generations after Very Elvin had left. And they said, what Verier Sahab did was that he would organize a big camp, give a lot of food and drinks to people who will gather there, spend a month there, and he would sit in his camp and collect the data that he needed for writing his books. The observed was fixed by the observer in the same way as the colonial powers had fixed the subject of their governance. After 1960s, this changed. Now the observer did not have the exclusive right of fixing the observed. The observed was also now observing the observer. Right? And the consequence was that in large number of tribal societies, they insisted that they want to see what was written about them. They insisted that they will not be represented by an outsider. They insisted that they will represent themselves all alone. Right? Now, this change of dialectics changed the mode of discussion, of writing, and changed the mode of contemplation also. My last point for today's discussion, and I think after that we can take up more for discussion, is that today's studentship is confronted with 3 important obstacles. First is the alphabetization of the mind. This is a book written by Ivan Illich. I recommend that everybody reads it. So studentship is suffering from the alphabetization of the mind, in which the construction of the self, the construction of institution, the othering of the institution, and of historical memory, all the 3 have contributed to the alphabetization of the mind. The second important struggle for studentship is the deforestation of the mind. I'll explain these things. And the third important hindrance for studentship is the pursuit of ignorance. I'll explain these things, and after that I'll stop, and then we open up for discussion. Alphabetization of the mind means something very simple. That the alphabet has become more powerful than the word. Now, what does that mean? It's a long discussion, but briefly I will say that the power of the word is that it holds you accountable for what you say. If Wasim has asked me to come for a cup of coffee with him and he doesn't turn up, my first response is he must have had some problem. He doesn't turn up the second time, I will say there must be something serious. If he doesn't turn up the third, the fourth, and fifth time, I would say that he is not standing by his word. He's a hypocrite, he's a cheat, he's a liar. He cannot be depended on. The power of the word, right from everyday life to philosophical debates, from the household to the UN, has this power that you you are accountable for the words that you speak. Alphabetization of the mind says what is written down is important. The alphabet in which you write the word is important and not the word itself. So what this means for academic pursuit is that I will abide by what the literature tells me, and I will not understand the word that the literature of my study actually represents. So those who are understanding academics as verbose are actually victims of the alphabetization of the mind. Those who understand that certain words are required to communicate certain levels of truth will be spared of this trauma of alphabetization of the mind. What does it mean to say the deforestation of the mind? In the worldview of an academic, the non-human world, the world of non-human nature has been completely ostracized. It has no epistemological role to play in the knowledge that we generate. I repeat, the entire non-human nature has been completely ostracized from the worldview of an academic community. Now, this is because we have abided by the definitions of the hierarchy of sciences, which moves from physics on the top and social sciences at the bottom. And the model of natural sciences has been the conquest of the world, and social sciences have abided by that principle, and therefore we have conquered nature by throwing it out of our worldviews. The last important contribution obstacle to studentship is pursuit of ignorance. It refers to generating and accumulating knowledge which cannot mitigate or resolve the problems of violence and destruction that it has created. In other words, the ignorance is that the principles and the theories of knowledge that have created the condition of the world that we live in, climate change, poverty, racism, inequalities, the knowledge systems that have created this, these knowledge systems are not capable of resolving these problems. The lack of understanding or the lack of accepting this as a possibility is what we call ignorance. And these examples of problems I'm talking these are examples of intractable problems. The intractable problems are those that have persisted with us for hundreds of years. Intractable problems are those which have not been solved either by policy or by mass movements or by intellectual work. They remain with us no matter what we do. And in the face of intractable problems, if you do not want to contemplate, right, you are not able to overcome the ignorance that this generates. So in conclusion, I would like to say that observation, discussion and contemplation have to be there in equal strength. If there's observation without discussion and contemplation, you can only talk of experience. And that can only be a discussion between two people. If there's observation and discussion without contemplation, then you are a victim of the alphabetization of the mind. If you have only contemplation and no reading and writing and no observation, then you are a yogi. Then you ought not to be in the academic world. If you have only reading and writing without observation, then you are a fantasy writer. Each of these components have to be present in equal strength and as complementaries to each other in order for you to be an academic and pursue studentship, which is the primary and the sole aim of what it is to be an academic. With these few ideas, I would now stop before I start to cough. And I think we have 15 minutes left for questions. I would appreciate questions, criticism, and suggestions. Thank you, Wasim.
Thank you, Professor Sarvasati, for such an informative and insightful talk. I think a lot of us are dabbling our heads around because it was so rich and informative session. So may I request Pratyush sir and Mansi ma'am to read out questions that have come up in the chat box.
So there is a question. I'm just reading out from the chat box, and I quote: "As said, knowledge is
just
power. As said, knowledge is power, but the production and dissemination of knowledge is controlled by few, oblique certain people in all academic discipline. The subaltern knowledge is always ignored." Your reflections on this, please.
I would say knowledge is power, but not more powerful than studentship. The only way to mitigate the ills of knowledge is power is to encourage and pursue studentship to its maximum rigor. An important component of studentship is humility. The willingness to learn, the willingness to unlearn. Right? Now, when knowledge becomes power, you lose all humility. Knowledge is the basis of power, which is neither charismatic, nor reason-based, nor traditional. Knowledge is the base of brute power. In other words, when knowledge becomes power, you convert knowledge into a commodity. You withhold knowledge, right? You distort knowledge. You play around with knowledge and with people's minds. You engage in rumors. Knowledge is power, that is correct. That's how the situation is. But this is not to say that that is how we should actually be. The discussion on knowledge is power is actually saying that we should move towards a better distribution of knowledge. It is not to say that we follow this trend of acquiring more knowledge and becoming powerful. How can we define indigenous knowledge? Indigenous knowledge is a very important component of studentship. In a more inclusive meaning of the word indigenous. Indigenous is, in its more restrictive political sense, are people who were first born in a place. So Adivasis are indigenous. But in a more inclusive philosophical academic meaning of the word indigenous, it means something that comes from within you and is opposed to anything that is exogenous. Can you tell me more about passive and active role of observer? Ek minute. Passive and active, kahan gaya wo? Passive and active role of observer. Go. Observe. An observer is neither passive nor active. It's a practice. As an observer, you are passive because you have to observe and be quiet. But that being quiet is not being inactive. Good observations have transformed knowledge totally. And for example, everybody knows the example of the apple falling and then discovering gravity, right? Now, what was that? It was neither passive nor active. And that one observation actually transformed the board of knowledge and therefore transformed the world. I'll give you an example. Chandrasekhar, how do you know that the earth is moving around the sun? Without using the telescope, without using satellites, how would you know that the earth is moving around the sun? Try and answer this question, and it can only be answered through observation, without the use of any technology. And that's how it was discovered, because when these were discovered, we didn't have telescopes, we didn't have satellites, we didn't go to the moon. Through that one little, what was it that was observed? Or what can you observe in everyday life that will tell you that the earth moves around the sun? Okay, Pankhuri, thank you for your so-and-so on tribal research related to, as my topic is women. This is okay. Thank you very much.
Sir, we have selected a question for you. Like,
bataiye.
I mean, somehow I have noticed that while doing, and I'm quoting, somehow I have noticed that while doing research, many researchers try to be more objective rather than being an ardent inquirer. They digress from sharing experiences in a storytelling form. How can storytelling reform such a phenomenon?
I will again remind you that this phenomenon that you described to me is very bad studentship. If you're a good student, which means if you practice observation, discussion, if you understand the value of observation, discussion, and contemplation, you will not do what you are doing. A person will not do what he is doing.
So there is another question. If you're, what's
Please.
your take on intuitive rationality?
What's my take on intuitive rationality?
Yes, sir.
Intuitive rationality is one dimension of contemplation. Right? When we are discussing things, we are discussing things at least three levels. One is what your observation is. Second, how do you process that observation, whether through rational principles or through intuition? And third, whether the theory that you use and the observation that you have actually lead to the results that you actually created. Right? Now, when you are processing information, when you're processing observation, it is advisable not to follow any one particularly approved mode of theoretical thinking. It is always to have an open mind to explore what different positions of theoretical thought actually show you about what you observe.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
For example, when Marx, Weber, and Durkheim saw industrial society, they began from three different sets of theoretical propositions and they created three different pictures of industrial society. Right? The challenge in being a good academic is, the difficulty in being a good academic is that when you read 10 different views of the same phenomena, we normally don't understand how to make sense of it. Right? Now that requires contemplation. When two physicists are giving you different views of quantum physics, then how are you to differentiate and see what it is? When two different doctors are giving you two different opinions on your stomachache, how are you going to process that? So there is a lot of intuition, there is a lot of reason, and one doesn't work against the other. I hope that satisfies for the time being.
There is another question by
Please.
Apurva Patel.
Yes, Apurva.
Sir, is this because of notion of knowledge is power? We also see a lot of debate on science versus art and a hierarchy which come with something to be scientific, evidence based versus something which is based on empiricism.
So what is the question? That's the statement that she has made.
Like she has put a question mark here, like is this, and she has started with this, is this, is this question of knowledge?
Well, this is how it is at the moment, because the hierarchy of sciences are arranged in a particular way. But if you look at the history of science, if you look at how discoveries were made, right, all the three have contributed to making the discovery. No discovery has been made. Let me put it this way to you. Discovery are made not because of any necessity in society. Gravity was not discovered. There was a need to discover gravity, right? That necessity is the mother of invention is true, but necessity is not the mother of discovery. No scientific knowledge worth its name was discovered because there was a need for it. Why was relativity discovered? Not because there was a need for relativity. Because of curiosity. And if you read Einstein's life, if you read Richard Feynman's life, Richard Feynman was a professional drummer. Right? And if you want to say art and science are, look at the life of Leonardo da Vinci. He had many patents and he was a wonderful artist. So this division of science and arts is actually the product of a certain hierarchy of sciences. Art is very important to improve your skills of observation. Sitting in a laboratory, you acquire no skills of observation. More than half the work is done by our instruments. But observation is concerned not just with the eye, right? Observation is concerned with the dialectics I referred to. It's a dialectics between the observer and the observed. Sitting in the laboratory, you can't know that plants also weep. The plants have a mind of their own. The plants also think. There's a book written by anthropologists called How Forests Think. Now, this is based on observation. This can't be based on observation sitting in a laboratory. So if you respect observation, then you would see that there's a very thin line between science and art. They are talking to each other all the time. The mode of representation is different. The mode of expression might be different, but that does not make them sort of different and opposed to each other. Yes, Pratyush has something to say.
No, I'm just putting up, like, there are so many questions and so many compliments coming for you. So I'm just reading. And okay, one question is, like, although like if Wasim sir also allows, because like there is not very lot of time, here. So anyway, like I will still ask, how to flourish in the rigidity of present day academia, where there are targets set for compulsory publications. This is a question from Sanjana Sharma.
Anjana, as I said right in the beginning, you have to understand that studentship has three very important enemies and friends. The first enemy of studentship is your own self. Second enemy of student is the institution. And the third enemy of studentship is historical memory. You have to convert these three things into your friends. Now, when institutions demand, then there should be a way of persuading the institutions to see the value of studentship. I am a very good example of it. I took 10 years to finish my doctoral thesis. It took me 2 years to learn the language, because of which I was denied my fellowship. It took me 3 years to translate the Adivasi mode of thinking into a reasonably intelligible language. And then it took me another 5 years to translate that into an academically understandable language. My mentors had taught me this studentship, and my mentors were Professor J.P. Subroy and Ashish Nandi. They helped me to understand this, and they helped the institutions to understand what studentship actually means. So the way to work with the institution is that teachers and students must understand the value of studentship and create conditions for studentship to flourish.
Sir,
I hope that satisfactorily answers your question.
It definitely does. Wasim sir.
a question here.
There are lots of questions already. So I don't know, like, if how do you think we should go about it?
I am happy answering the question, if provided the organizers have the time.
Sir, you said about the contemplations, and you said that when there is a clash of contemplations, so in such a situation, isn't the people using a certain ideology who will use as a mechanism to come out of that confusion? Because ideology prevails.
Suchit, again, I am warning you. Ideology is part of historical memory.
Okay.
Right? It obstructs studentship. I repeat, studentship is primary. Because of those obstructions of ideology against studentship, we have not been able to overcome the shortcomings of a whole range of ideological systems that have prevailed in this country and the world.
Right.
Right? Ideology ultimately, if it is not supported by studentship, translates itself into stereotypes. right? And we have to guard against stereotypes if we want to pursue studentship. I must emphasize here that to be an academic is not an easy task. It is demanding of the mind, it is demanding of the spirit, and it is demanding of the body. It requires a complete overhaul of the social structures in which you live, beginning with your family. It is not easy to be a student. And please understand, the moment we cease to be students, we begin to be open to a lot of harm, not only on ourselves, but inflicting on others as well. And studentship has never been a discussion in any sociology of education discussion, never. Studentship is difficult. There are theories of teaching and learning, but there is no theory of studentship. There is no contemplation on studentship. What does studentship actually mean? You know, I'll give you examples of studentship within Indian tradition. Studentship, I'm not talking of religion, please remember. Eklavya, prime example of studentship. He should be the hero of all students. The important thing is not that his fingers were cut. The important thing is that he learned independently of the guru that he wanted to learn from. Buddha is a prime example of studentship. He had 4 questions to answer, and he never left those 5 questions. And in everyday life, you will see many such examples of studentship. To be an academic is to promote studentship even when you become a professor. A professor cannot cease to practice studentship. The moment the professor ceases to practice studentship, please be careful.
That is all, I guess. Sir. Like this is. Wasim sir, you're on mute.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So before we finally conclude this session, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Savisati sir for sparing his valuable time to enlighten us. I also appreciate the participants for being such a wonderful audience that participated enthusiastically throughout this session and kept the entire duration interactive. So Professor Savisati sir, we are looking forward to further lectures with you, and we'll be delighted to have you with us in the coming lecture series. So again, thank you so much, sir, for coming, for sparing your valuable time for us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Very enlightening lecture.
आप mute पे हैं. You are on mute, sir.
Enlightening learning.
Thank you very much, Mansi. Thank you very much, Wasim,
Thank
for
you so much, sir.
persuading me to be on the job. Well, Wasim was my student in MA, so.
Yes,
Sir, we
he
would
told us.
request, like, please grace us with your presence, like, or like at least for some time, you know, like
He
we
talks highly of you, sir.
Well, all students do that, don't they?
definitely,
Yeah, sir.
definitely.
Yeah, he is a good student too. Anyway, thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of your seminar.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. We look forward to hear from you again, sir.
Yeah, we are reconvening by 11:45 after 10 minutes break.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mansi. Team Pratyush.
Yes, ma'am, we're here.
Yes, we are starting in 10 minutes from now.
Yes, sure.
All right, I'm here only. Yes.
Okay.
You can make me co-host in order to share my presentation if at all it is required.
Sure, ma'am. We'll just do it.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Good morning, all of you. So after the very insightful session of Professor Sabyasachi, we have come to yet another session on a very, very important topic. I welcome you all to the session 6 on the theme Inquiring Conventional Research Methodology in Social Sciences. In this session, our esteemed speaker will be talking on the topic Feminist Epistemology, a Critical Outlook to Research. My name is Pratyush Vibhakar, Assistant Professor of Psychology at Galgotias University. Gender and feminist epistemology is one of the significant perspectives in research. Women's and gender studies is an ever-changing field of academic inquiry that was born out of women's movement organized in Western societies. A wide range of research is happening in this field. Therefore, it is necessary to understand the nature of feminist epistemology. Introducing Dr. Sheetal Sharma, she is coordinator for Erasmus Plus program, John Monnet Activities 2020, under John Monnet modules titled Institutions, Diversity and Change in the European Union, JNU in New Delhi, from 2020 to 2023, to promote research and innovation in social sciences and European studies. She is presently serving as assistant professor at the Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has taught the emergence of sociological theory in Europe and methodology of social sciences as the curriculum of the degree program of London School of Economics and Political Science. Dr. Sharma holds a doctorate in sociology. She has completed video lecture series in sociology for CIET as part of NCERT's project, National Repository for Educational Resources and Training. She has also been invited as a discussant on a number of programs on radio and TV. She was awarded JNU Research Excellence Award for outstanding contribution and excellence in the field of social sciences and humanities for the year 2018-19 in the Young Scholars category. She has also been selected for prestigious European Union Visitors Program 2020. European Union Visitors Program is a study visit to Brussels, individually tailored to gain first-hand information on the EU's value, functioning, activities, policies, and perspectives. But before we start, I want to inform you that this session is being recorded and is simultaneously telecasted on Facebook Live and YouTube. The links are given in the Google Classroom as well as on the Telegram channel that you all are part of. This session is of 1 hour, of which last 15 minutes are dedicated to questions and answer. If you have any questions for the speaker, please use that chat feature of Zoom. You may write your questions anytime during the lecture. However, we will hold questions until the end of session, and I will then read questions to Sheetal ma'am as time permits. I will request Sheetal ma'am if she could provide some references for further reading, as that would be beneficial. And also because like in all the previous speakers, like there were requests of the same kind. So without taking much of your time, may I please welcome Dr. Sheetal Sharma to deliver her lecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Pratyush, for introducing me to the audience. I'm going to speak for 40-45 minutes and then 10-15 minutes for the discussion. The topic for discussion today is feminist epistemology, a critical way to understand or incorporate this epistemology in research. Now, let me begin by asking you certain questions which are related to, and some of the things I mentioned yesterday in my inaugural keynote speech about the faculty development program. And we have a group of scholars and faculty members, those who are practicing, teaching or anything for that matter, research or understanding the world or analyzing the world. Now, what is feminist epistemology? To begin with, I would first begin with the question that what is epistemology, first of all, because we are into research. And you remember the 4 questions: what we do, how we do, why we do, and for whom we do. Okay, what, why, how, and whom. What and why? What is the subject matter of your study? That is, this is the topic under investigation. Say, for example, caste, impact of COVID, gender equality, economic development, globalization, secularization. It can be anything. Is what aspect of your study? And I'll ask all of you, being a research scholar or a teacher, please imagine your respective area of interest in your mind as I ask you to imagine few things. Okay, your questions, your concepts, the notions, the interrelationship between variables. The second question is why you do this. Because you are going to produce knowledge in society. Okay, if not knowledge, at least you remember this duster I showed you yesterday. This duster is totality of reality or fact. However, it may be possible that so far people have been able to perceive it only from these 2 dimensions. So what am I going to do? I'm going to look at this duster from a different angle or a different perspective. Very simply. And how am I going to do it is epistemology. That is how I know who is speaking. Say, for instance, if I click onto my gallery view, I see 46 participants. How I know who is listening to me? Can I request you to switch on your camera and see that, yes, XYZ is listening to me? How I know that what I know? This is epistemology. And I tell you one thing very honestly, that when we talk about research methodology, in different disciplines and among social sciences, there has been a varying degree of emphasis upon research methodology. Say, for example, being a sociologist and a student of sociology, we were given a heavy dose of research methodology. In political science, there is a bit less as compared to sociology. In economics, there's a different way of teaching research methodology. In some other social sciences, in fact, there is no consistency in terms of emphasis being put on research methodology. So how do I make sense of the world? How do I understand the world out there? Because the world is complex. It's not a simple world. And the complexity grows further and further as we act, interact, engage with the world. So how I know is the epistemological question. And to you, as a teacher, as a researcher, I would suggest you to make this understanding of the process of how as simple as possible for your students or for the people whom you are interacting with. Don't make things complex so that it is not discernible, it is not understandable easily by the people whom you are interacting with. There is no need to emphasize upon the epistemic boundaries of the ontological realities have to be discerned through a paradigm which is non-scientific. And absolutely not. Is the student going to understand all this, the person who has not been through a rigorous course in research methodology? And now MPhil is also undone. MPhil is also done away with. So how do you make sense of the world? How do you understand? A scholar who has just graduated at the level of just doing the coursework, the readings, okay, 15 readings for this particular semester, for this particular, how is the person going to understand the nuances? But at the same time, research methodology, if understood very simply, it makes our life, our analysis ability, our interpretation very simple. So how you understand the world is also the process that how you make others also understand this. So how do you know what you know has to be simply put into the words, which may philosophically be called as epistemology. But when you talk about it, and the way I'm going to tell you about it is very simple, that how you produce knowledge, how do you look at the world from a different perspective, how I know the world is like this. Epistemology. And what is then feminist epistemology is that we'll use example of feminism. Now, to begin with, the package called as research methodology is different from research methods. This is very simple, and I expect all of you know the difference between methodology and method. But to put it simply, still I'm understanding that some of you are at the initial stages of understanding. Can you see my screen? Can you see the board? Anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
research methodology, I write methodology here completely. Methodology is equal to, okay, combination of three important things. First is ontology plus epistemology, and then your methods. This is the equation which must be there in your mind. When you say that what is research methodology, it's a complete package of ontology, epistemology, and methods. And this is what is the difference between methodology and method. Method is just 1/3 component of the entire package called as research methodology. So what are the other two things? One is ontology and the other one is epistemology. And these three things are intricately related to one another. Now, let me begin by asking you something related to ontology. How do we perceive the world? Ontology is simply defined as a philosophy concerning nature of reality, that what is my vantage point to look at the world outside? How am I perceiving the world? What are the factors or actors or driving forces that are influencing the composition of the world? Say, for example, imagine your society, imagine your village, your city, your town, wherever you are located in this place right now. Imagine the changes that have happened over a period of time. All of you are 20 plus. I can ask you to really go back 10 years in the timeline and imagine the development. Now, when you see some changes occurring, what are these changes? Some changes are observable. Some changes are not observable, but seen in terms of their consequences. So what reasons, what actors and factors do you attribute to these changes is the way you understand the world. Say, for example, you may make a statement, ये तो बहुत modern हो गया है, ये गांव बहुत modern हो गया है, यहाँ शहरीकरण हो गया है, this place has become urban. Now, if I visit your place 10 years later, at one point of time in history, now say, ma'am, ab yahan sab kuch milta hai. There is a change that has happened. How do you perceive this change? What are the reasons that you attribute to this change? What is your worldview? How, through what lens or prism you are understanding the change? If it is in an individual, okay, he went to the hostel, he went abroad and he got exposed to a new way of life. And this is what is that he is modernized, he is westernized, he has opened up, he has become more liberal in his thinking. The vantage point through which you want to understand the world is the ontological reality. One famous debate in ontological reality is between the structure and the action. How do you look at the world? Is the structuralist or the action perspective? If I perceive the relationship between the individual and the world in a top-down approach, in a deterministic fashion, that institutions determine my being, I am primarily a structuralist. Say, for example, when we say that society is made up of number of institutions, religion is an institution, language is an institution, politics is an institution, marriage is an institution, family is an institution, and n number of institutions. I may like or not any of these institutions. I may believe in them or not. I may reject them or not. But the existence of the institution is over and above my existence, and they tend to determine my behavior. So if I'm not religious, I am a-religious, but I cannot do away with the word called as religiosity. If I'm a bachelor, I am unmarried. Somehow the system, the social structure, the social institution tend to determine your being, your existence. That is primarily a structuralist perspective. If I have to communicate with you, I have to use a particular language or a set of words that is understandable by the community whom I am interacting with. So the presence of language as an institution which is facilitating communication. The structuralists tend to analyze the world from this perspective, that structures are out there. They have an objective reality or existence of their own. They are to be understood as determining my individual's behavior. And hence, the system is determining the existence, the structuralist approach. Whereas the constructivists, those who emphasize on agency, they tend to see that what this system or society is made up of. So they look at the individual entities and their smaller or greater role in determining or shaping the structure. Although, of course, we enter into debates between structuralism and constructivism. However, it is just an issue of the vantage point. From where am I looking at the world? Is it from the constructivist perspective, this side of the duster, or is it this side of the duster that I use to rub the board? This is actually, the reality is a mix of both these perspectives. So one ontological debate, how do I look at the world, is from this perspective. The second is between your famous sociologist Weber and Karl Marx. The materialistic conception of history, that material has determined the nature of life and living. The second one is the idealist perspective, that is, ideas have brought about change in society. Here, dialectics, or the material conception and their idea and their implementation. The third important debate, ontological debate, happens to be the same piece of reality understood from two other vantage points, consensus and conflict. The functionalist, those who perceive that, once again, remember this duster, that religion plays an important unifying role in society, the positive aspect of religion. The conflict perspective on the other side says, no, religion is a divisive force. So what is ontology? Ontology is the reality out there. How we perceive this reality is different for different people. And that is why we have ontological debates. However, debates are just there to sensitize you about various aspects of reality. They may be competing at one point of time, but they all are present in major or minor percentage or proportion. Now, depending on your ontology, how you perceive the world, from which vantage point, is your epistemology. Now, what is epistemology? Epistemology is the philosophy concerning that how I know what I know. Now, how do I understand this statement? This is a very simple statement. You start with this language, you Google it, and you will find that this is a philosophy concerning how I know what I know. But what do I mean by this? How I know what I know? Please ask somebody to mute the mic.
Manjeet, please put everyone on. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Fine. There was a lot of disturbance. So depending upon the ontological standpoint, we have our epistemological positions. Now, simply stating, one of the epistemologies is the way I understand or I make sense of the world. Say, for example, how I know that this is hot? By touch, through my senses. This is empiricism. How I know that Dr. Apeksha is listening to me? By seeing. Okay. How do I know that there is something is burning? Through smell. The ways in which your senses tend to capture the reality, that is empiricism. How am I feeling the world? How am I understanding the world? And empiricism gained prominence, too much of prominence, during the era of enlightenment. And there's a reason behind it. The reason is that for a long period of time in European society, people were believing so much on the unseen aspects of reality, and they tend to consider it as the God's will, that once they started rejecting, we will not believe in what we cannot see, they started emphasizing on actually believing in seeing. So seeing is believing. If I have not seen God, I will not believe in God. If I have not seen God's magic, I will not believe in God. But what I can see, this is water and I can touch it. This is hot, I can see it. But empiricism is not the only way to understand or make sense of the world or gather knowledge. There are other ways also. And those are the other epistemologies. The other one is the perception or the experience. One is the physical one. The other one is the experience of a phenomena. Say, for instance, if this is a piece of wax. Okay. This wax has certain size, shape, volume, color, everything. It is weighed in grams right now. It can be preserved on a piece of paper or everything like that, which is that this is solid. It's one of the state of the matter. Now, suppose I bring this wax closer to a candle or a heating object. I heat it. Over 2-3 minutes, this wax will lose all its original properties and it will acquire a different form of matter, that is from solid, it will become liquid. It will now be measured in liters. It cannot be stored on a paper. It has to be stored in a container. It can evaporate, convert into the third state of matter, and it is no longer that easily holdable because now it's hot. It can burn my fingers. But if I ask Apeksha, what is this? She will say, ma'am, it's wax. But what has undergone this? That from completely one stage to the second stage is the phenomena of heating. And that is what is the understanding of phenomena. And you don't need to understand the phenomena every time. It's not that every day I get up in the morning and remind myself, oh, I'm a teacher, I have to act very disciplined and this. No, it's an automatic pilot. It's a phenomena. It's understood. The status is such, the role is such, the expectation is such, and we discharge our duties. So that is a phenomena. That is how you reify something. So you say that a wax after melting is phenomena. Water after condensation is a phenomena. Process of globalization is getting connected to the world is a phenomena. Process of secularization, a phenomena of any type has undergone this and changed the property of this. So my town has become more modern and everything is available now because I am perceiving it from a materialist point of view that availability of XYZ is considered to be as becoming modern and catching up with the global trends. That is how you perceive the world through certain phenomena. The third way of understanding the world is through analogy or metaphysics. Now, analogy is very interesting and you can take it up to many levels. First is imagine a cow. Okay, all of you imagine a cow. Now I would say imagine a cow, simple cow against a wild cow. All right. So what is the difference between this analogy? Here you are interpreting that what is a wild cow as against a one. But if you haven't seen both of them, you may not be able to imagine. Okay, now let's add one more thing to it. A cow, a wild cow, and a holy cow. All right. So imagine these three types of cows. What are you doing? You are applying your mind into metaphysical entities and creations of certain ideal types. And this is what Weber is doing by creation or interpretation of a particular phenomena along with the deviations of the ideal type from the reality or reality from the ideal type. Whichever way you talk about it, it's about analogies and interpretations. So say, for example, if this is a wall, all right? If this is a wall and there is a man moving behind this wall with a cap on his head, this cap, and only cap is seen right now, you can see just the cap of the man. So will you say that cap is moving on its own? No, you know that somebody is wearing the cap and that is why you can see only the cap and you know that the height of the man is 5 feet, cap is further 6 inches up on his head and the wall is 5 feet, hence only cap is visible. You can't say that cap is moving on its own because here this is application of logic. Then you have reasoning and implications. Okay, that X is a man, X is out of home, which means X is alive. So that's the reasoning. आप लोग कितने करते हैं question entrance examination में all men are mortals, mortals are men, hence Hari is a mortal and Hari is a man. These are implications, reasonings, and connections that you establish among things and other people. So you have empiricism, seeing is believing. You have realism, that is, how do you see the things happening in terms of their consequences? That is photosynthesis, one such example, which is not observable directly, but is observable in terms of its consequences. So second is application of phenomena, reason, or realist epistemology. Then the third one is analogy, metaphor. And then there is a kind of inferences drawn, which is reasoning and implications. And then another way of looking at the world is to constitute or attach meanings and motives. Say, for example, this is simple H2O. For a person using this water in chemistry lab, he can break it down into hydrogen and oxygen atoms, and this is simple H2O. The moment I say this is Ganga Jal, it acquires a different meaning altogether. Okay? So I am understanding this water not just from its composition perspective, but I am understanding this water from its cultural meaning or perspective. Okay, and the social world is full of these cultural meanings, the way we understand the world. Say, for example, in everyday life, red light is not just an optical illusion or a phenomena. कि ये कभी लाल हो गई, कभी green हो गई, कभी orange हो गई. We attach a meaning to this color, and the whole world operates on the basis of this color. Red means stop, green means go, orange means you can wait, look for. Similarly, you can say it's in linguistics. It's very interesting in literature and linguistics and kavita likhne mein. You know, कि जैसे in Hindi sometimes you say कर कमल, यानी आपके हाथ कमल समान है. For a doctor, my body is my body, which is made up of certain, this is epidermis, this is skin, this is bone and all. But a person can see a kamal or a lotus in this, kar kamal. Madhur Vani. Similarly, when you attach smell like a rose, and the smell is sweet. Now, to a child, a sweet is a toffee and a rose is a flower. And if you say smelling sweet, okay, they smell sweet, kaise kehti hai? Because these are two complex concepts. How do you relate them? So this complexity requires a kind of interpretation of the reality. How do you understand the world? And lastly, the epistemology, although of course there are many of them, but I'm bringing some of them down for you. Then the epistemology is that why do you want to create this knowledge? The first Habermas says that the first reason or intent of creation of knowledge is for techno-rational superiority. Okay, and this is primarily structuralist perspective, that you acquire knowledge in order to establish a kind of authority. But this knowledge, as I heard Sabyasachi sir was talking about this creation of knowledge, and knowledge is power. This power is only a goal that you acquire through knowledge. But knowledge is not a goal, it's a means to acquire something which is for your own satisfaction, to make sense of the world, rather than to achieve knowledge, exploit or suppress others. But knowledge in the modern scientific, rational, technocratic world is understood as a source of authority. Like if I become engineer, I'll become top brass. If I become this, and archaeology of knowledge and knowledge is power, all those concepts, they talk about dominance of knowledge as a way of commanding and exploiting people. This is what colonialism has done. The second aspect of knowledge is knowledge as primarily hermeneutic in nature, to make sense of the world. So sweet smell, although of course both are quite distinct from each other, but how do I connect them in terms of hermeneutics, in terms of context, in terms of making sense of phenomena, that the person is trying to relate it to something which is exotic. The person is trying to relate it to something which is irrelatable, yet he's finding beauty in that. So hermeneutic, context specific, subject-centric knowledge. And the third one is, Habermas says, is emancipatory or critical knowledge, which is for the progress of society, to liberate people from particular institutional structures and be critical of the existing, taken for granted nature of the social world. And this can be Marxism or feminist epistemology, which is critical in nature, epistemology, that why I am saying something about women. What is the source of knowledge? Is this experience? Is this empirical? Is this something which is interpretation? Is this analogy? So, Nari as pair ki juti. Look at the analogy. Look at the way they are comparing it with an object And that is where knowledge, the way words are being used, the way concepts are being made, global north, global south. It is not just a direction or the axis of globe, north and south. The moment you say south and north, they acquire a different meaning. Developed, Western, capitalist, liberal, world order dominating countries. And the other one, south, empty belly, poor, underdeveloped, undernourished, malnourished. This a whole lot of plethora of features get related to this global north and global south. So when you say pair ki juti, you immediately tend to think about that you are talking about a particular level to which women have been treated in society. So what is my vantage point of understanding is the feminist epistemology. And what is feminism? Feminism is experience of women. And what is experience of women? That look, there is something called as gender, which is not something which is naturally constructed, but is socially constructed. Yes, of course, there are biological differences, but the biological differences may be minor and they have been extrapolated so much, blown so much out of proportion that for 5,000 years, the women have been suppressed. And now we need to look at the world from feminist perspective, feminist epistemology. And no matter how I know what I know, by seeing on the streets or believing or looking at the metaphors that have been used for women, or trying to understand that why a woman does not come back to her job after marriage or after childbirth. That is, you remember this man moving behind. I don't need to ask her. I know that what is the phenomena, or something as, holy cow, the labels, the stereotypes, the expectation, the gender statuses, everything is completing the package called as feminist epistemology, which tends to help us to look at the world that gender is a social construction. Look at the world from a female's perspective. It is not something very difficult, but it is the experience of the individual, that how do they operate and interact in everyday life, which is full of certain structuralist perspective or notions of patriarchy, which are considered to be taken for granted. And this is what is the essence of feminist epistemology, that we have to break the molds or the constructions. Somebody was asking about, how do you challenge the social? How do you challenge the taken for granted nature of the world? You have to break it down into the pieces. If you look at a car, it's a very big, even if you look at anything, any gadget which is around you, a transistor or a table or your laptop or your computer, it functions only because all these parts in this gadget are related to one another, and they're functioning. Anything that goes wrong would create a trouble with your instrument or with your equipment. But imagine to a person who has not seen this gadget, and you just unpack all these individual components and put them in a bag and hand it over to the person. And you say, what is this? He'll say, I don't know. I haven't seen this thing in my life. Maybe to me also, if there is no screen, and if you have 40, 50 small components and parts, and you say, ma'am, what it can be? I may say, oh, it can be a mobile phone, or it can be a transistor, or it can be a walkie-talkie, anything. But parts in themselves sometimes do not make sense. But when they come together, when they form a equipment or a gadget or a society or an organic whole, they tend to reflect. And that's what is gender. In isolation, biological difference do not make any sense, other than a couple of differences of having birth or fertility. But beyond that, if gender, independent of its all negative stereotyping and connotation, if two people are driving and you do not know which car is being driven by whom. See, for example, there was something which came from the first women pilot in India. She said the machine that we are flying does not know that who is flying it. The plane does not know that who is operating it, a male or a female. It is the people, those who are sitting in it, they tend to construct a meaning ki acha lady pilot hai. And for a long period of time, the machines do not, and they will never ever come to know that who is driving, who is riding them, by flying them or driving them. but it is the people, those who are part of it. That is what what is the complexity of situation, the interpretation when gender is gendered in the negative sense, that there is a difficulty. And this is why our knowledge, our society, our functions, our interactions are all gendered, and we tend to see it like that. Now, quickly coming to feminist epistemology and wo aaya kaise, I'll take you back to the history of waves of feminism. Feminism might have existed for a long period of time. If you talk about Indian tradition, you have single mothers and all that. Even all across the world, also women have fought for their rights and all these things. But formal shape of feminism came into existence through three waves: the first, the second, and the third. And the first wave, you do not have any concrete date that 8th of October 1847 it started. Absolutely not. That's roughly an era where, after the era of enlightenment, there were questions regarding assertion of women's rights, and which got great prominence during the French Revolution when it was declared as the rights of man. So where are women? Women played an important role in French Revolution. Nobody acknowledged their role, nobody acknowledged their contribution, their function in society. And then when the write-up comes, it says the rights of man, Declaration of Rights of Man. Now, where are women? The first wave of feminism was dominated by this very basic question: my identity, me as an individual to be recognized, to vote. हम लोग कहते हैं, to India it came very easily. With independence, we got universal suffrage. But world over, in Western countries particularly, they fought very hard to gain their rights to vote. And why vote? Because you are to be treated as an individual. Ki main hu, look at me. I'm existing in the society. You're talking about voting, you're talking about rights, you're talking about competence, you're talking about bureaucracy. But where am I? Treat me as an equal citizen. And why citizenship was important? Because citizen was identified as one of the units of society. It wasn't a community. Just like monarchy, he is the person who is dominating, ruling over a community or a society. No, the modern democracies were designed, in terms of one individual, one unit plus one unit plus one unit, complete nation. And this is where individual unit mattered, and they said, we want to fight for our political right. The second wave of feminism was around 1950s post-World War era. In fact, it started before World War also, and during the two World Wars. Imagine a situation that you say in World War I and II, Europe was engaged in bitter war. The population was never ever so high. The environment is hostile. You produce only 6 months or 7 months in a year. Industrialization was taking place. But at the same time, millions of men died during World War I and World War II. So who managed the society? Who managed the show economically? Who was running the industry? All the contribution, and majority of the contribution, was being made by women. Like when you talk, if I can equate this situation, that when farmers' agitation was going on, when men were sitting here, who was managing the agricultural land and farms? It was women. So if World War is going on, who was managing the home? Who was managing the industry? Who was managing or running the show? It was, if not all, but majority of women were part of the economic system. But when the world got independent, the Cold War started, 1950s, majorly colonialism collapses. Then women had to fight, just like the political right earlier, ki identify me as an individual. Then they had to fight, ki please pay me equal to the work that I'm doing, equal to the man. So it was a quest for economic independence, equality, and also recognition of economic contribution. So all those debates of wages, domestic work to be treated in national income, this, all the aspects of the work, the life, the experience, the education, everything, second wave, primarily dominated by economic questions. It's not that purely, but primarily dominated first by political, second by your economic quest. The others were there, but primarily the motive was this. The third was more so postmodern world. When you say postmodernity and other things have set in, and somehow all the societies have gone up to a level of economic maturity and independence and assertion. Now comes the stage when you start questioning the very fundamentals of patriarchy and say that, look, I've got political right. May God have, may to a certain extent got economic equality. What about my individuality? My ability to control my fertility, my choices, my purse, my decision making, my choice to marry whom, my choice to work or not, my choice to have children or not. That's the third wave where the identity issue and assertion of being a woman came into existence. And then the fourth one is involving the other genders also, and the preferences and all other things that is yet to mature. But in all these 3-4 stages, when you talk about, you are primarily talking about that how among women all across the world, the concerns have been same, that patriarchy somehow from various sources and through various resources somehow oppresses women. And we need to come out of it. So what is it trying to tell us? Feminist epistemology is trying to enlighten us about the fact that women have been left out. They have been excluded from the process of development or from getting mainstream. Then there are unconscious attempts. People do not even know that this is exploitation or oppression, because the socialization is such that they tend to think that this is natural, this is taken for granted, this is how the world has, the operating system is such, and this is by design, that this is going to happen. Then the control over the positions of power, control over resources, everything that a small family reflects the patriarchal relation gets magnified at the societal, national, and international level. In institutions, in organization, in management, in politics, in economy, in industry, on road, in streets, in debates, in discussion, everything that gets reflected here gets magnified here, because society is sum total of all the individual parts. And this is what is this. And then you have a kind of system which perpetuates itself. And to make this feminism more nuanced in the sense, there were different ways in which feminists started understanding the world. And these are called as strands of feminism. You have liberal, but all these strands of feminism, before I start talking about various them, they talk about two things: the causes of suppression, oppression, and inequality, and also the solution. So all these feminist groups, whether liberal feminism, radical feminism, Marxism, Marxist feminist, Black feminist, or post-colonial feminism, whatever, they all talk about source of oppression or the sources of inequality, and also the solutions that can undo these inequalities. But unfortunately, there are very divergent positions among women feminist groups as well, and that is why they have not been so successful, because globally the issues and concerns are very different among different category of women. For Black women, it is something which is a double discrimination by men and then discrimination by women of fair color. So for tribal women, it's a different kind of operating system in which they operate. For liberal, the solutions are mild and soft. For radical, the solutions have to be grave and cutthroat kind of things. So there is no commonality of the way they want to tackle the evil called as patriarchy. But then, yes, of course, they have their voice, which in summary can be said that they fight for women's causes. Now, coming to epistemology, and then the third component of the equation, ontology plus epistemology plus method. Now, how do I understand, or how do I look at the world? Now, here I'll introduce certain components to you, and for a while, can I request a chat box function is alive?
Yeah,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. It's
okay.
live. Yeah.
Now, suppose I take one example, and we will discuss this example to make sense of feminist epistemology altogether. I ask all of you to give me one way in which you can measure empowerment. All of you, please write in the chat box quickly, as many of you can write. What do you mean? This is what is your understanding, that how do I measure empowerment of women, particularly here? Yes, Sucheta wrote, where are we? Okay. Now I'm going to read it. Education, literacy, political representation, financial integration, freedom, make choices, education, control over life, work, decision-making, workforce participation, workforce representation, quality, dignity, respect, mental state, visibility, control over decision, make her speak for herself, provide opportunity, empowerment, mental freedom. Anything else? Self-esteem. Okay, good. लिखते जाओ, सोचते जाओ. Your mind must not start. And this is how we will produce knowledge also. आज देखो हम knowledge produce करेंगे. हम लोग कैसे? How do we actually? हम कहते हैं ना knowledge produce की कैसे की? ये तो हमें पता ही नहीं है. How do we do it? है ना? So this is how we will think about that. How knowledge is collectively produced. और हम ये 100-150 लोग बैठ के knowledge produce करें. Allow women to wear the dresses they want. Freedom of choice, giving right, freedom, mobility, financial independence. ठीक है? Now, let me bring all this on this board. It cannot be measured, but it has certain agreed upon indices of empowerment, Divya, awareness of self. Okay. Now, suppose what comes out of this, out of the answers that I'm getting here, not being judged. Suppose first is education, then is your income, then all of you are talking about decision making, then most of you are talking about identity, which includes your self-worth and decision and control over individuals' environment. So this is decision making, education, self-awareness, and your cannot be measured, but you have to, it has to be measured क्योंकि हमें पढ़ना तो है भाई, measure तो करना ही है. Freedom of mobility, financial independence, independence in terms of what you wear, and all these things. These are the ways you measure. Suppose you can also add, keep on adding to it, but let's stop somewhere here and move to next step. Now, this is, and among all these answers that you have also noted, please note, everybody note it down. Liberation from patriarchy, to koi aur hi dilwayega. Digital empowerment, inclusion, reduction. Okay, that is with technology, participation, political participation, and all these things. Now, among all these variables that you have mentioned here, some of the variables are easily observable. Say, for example, if I draw a graph, women in 1950s, the enrollment ratio is here and it's going up, 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 up. Observable, external, easily measurable variable. So what kind of methods you use here? Primarily statistics and quantitative methods. Okay, am I right? Is it clear? Fertility, women's fertility has been going down. So which means indirectly, the decision making to have as many children, or according to the choice of the family, ki ladka nahi hua hai, so you keep on producing girls, this is going down. Hence, decision making is going up. Okay, you interpret the data. Political participation of women, another graph is like this. So just visual impact shows that there is a rise in political participation. Economic participation of women, say for example, in 1950s, it was somewhere here. So it started late, but now it is this. This can be broken down into government jobs, corporate sector, this. So hence this is quantitatively be visible, externally measurable variables that you see that are operating. But some of your variables may have to be understood in an indirect fashion. That is sweet smell. Okay? They are not easily measurable. This is hot. Touch nahi hai. Wo simple observation. The observed reality is not the real reality. Okay? तो वो कैसे समझेंगे? That requires an interpretation. वो टोपी वाला. अब उसको करते हैं हम. Suppose if you identify all these variables quantitatively, Sheetal is educated, she has income, she has decision making, she has identity, she is digitally sound, technologically participation. Is Sheetal empowered as per your assessment, observable variables? Apeksha, am I empowered, or Apeksha is empowered? Yes, Pratyush?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm empowered. You know, free of thinking of guilt. Yes, I'm empowered because I check all these boxes. All these boxes of quantitatively, externally observable variables. So when I walk on a street, people say, "Oh, look, this lady is so empowered. She looks empowered." Let's wrap it up in a small story. So it's just a metaphysical analogy. You know, not real. Don't consider this to be something which is real. Now, my husband asked me to make some good food for his friends, those who are coming. I said, no, please. My FDP starts tomorrow and I have to prepare. Keynote speaker is also not coming and I have to take the stage. Please spare me. So there is a nokjok, there is a fight, and he hits me, and I get a cut here on my forehead. No problem. All right. I get up next morning, put some makeup, sit for the FDP and all these things. But after the FDP, my maid comes to my room and she starts sweeping the room very quickly. And she's, "Ma'am, Shantabhai, what has happened to you? Ma'am, I'm in terrible anger today." I go, "What happened?" "My husband yesterday said, make something good for me." So I said, "Acha, what happened then?" She said, he said, make something, my friends are coming, this and that. And I refused because I had other works to do. So I said, "What happened then?" Then she said, "We had a fight." अब मुझे थोड़ा सा अपना हिस्ट्री याद आ रहा है कल रात का. So I said, "Sin, what happened?" Then he hit me. Now तो पूरा का पूरा scene वही चल रहा है. So then I said, "What happened then when he hit you?" I slapped him back. And then I said, "Okay." Then she said, "फिर क्या था? पीटा, पुलिस में रिपोर्ट किया." And सारी रात अंदर रहा, सुबह तीर की तरह सीधा होके बाहर आया. And then she looks at me, "मैडम, ये तुमको इधर क्या हुआ?" So मैंने कहा, "Shantabhai, I slipped in the bathroom." Now, let's come back to this board. Shantabhai does not check any of these boxes the way Sheetal does. But when it comes to assertion, resistance, okay, expression, the experience, where is Sheetal? I may be one unit in this graph somewhere here. Am I right? I may be a unit existing here. जैसे वो क्रिकेट में दिखाते ना, क्रिकेट में वो कहाँ गिरा विकेट. I may be that unit here. But where is Sheetal? The meaning of empowerment got lost in all this under a single slap, and Shantabhai showed me the mirror. This is empowerment. Are you empowered? This is experience. This is feminist epistemology. How you enter, how you experience the world. So all the reliable indicators of Government of India which made Sheetal as empowered are on validity scale 0. So what do you say? You have to think about it, that how am I going to measure empowerment? And this is how we produce knowledge. अभी हम सब ने एक भेजा ना indicator, और हम सबको 2, 3 भी आते होंगे, but you were not aware of the story that is going to be told to you. Storytelling, ये interesting way है to relate to a thing, to relate to a situation. This is how you can actually develop interest among your students to understand, look at the world, not from, वो duster कहाँ गया? ये duster बार लाऊंगी. Not from a single dimensional perspective, because this was saying that Sheetal is empowered, but इसको उल्टा किया, तो there was a 0 marks. And अगर empowerment उस नजर से देखे, तो Shantabhai is absolutely on the top and Sheetal marks 0. और अगर इधर से देखें, तो this is this and this is this. But the fact is that, once again coming to duster, if Shantabhai exists at this side, Sheetal exists at this side. And this is how you have to make the world discernible. This is how I know what I know. Not just through visibly listed observable indicators, but also feminist epistemology where involvement of women and her experience is acknowledged. That look, don't list me as an epitome, a murti of empowerment by saying कि मैंने क्या achieve किया, क्या नहीं किया, मुझे इतना लाख salary मिला, इतना power मिला, इतना prestige मिला. If I am not able to exercise my choice, express myself, the more I've gone up ना एक और way है to understand the world. There is a very simple way of explaining the relationship. A is directly related to B. Education is directly related to empowerment, which is indirectly related to expression. है ना? So education ने empower कर दिया, दोनों up गए, indirectly zip your mouth. Tomorrow there'll be a story in the newspaper, domestic violence against a professor in JNU, and JNU is like this and that, and all the, my institution will also be dragged into the entire story. And this, how do I make sense of this? So these are a kind of law-like generalization of society. To know, you remember Auguste Comte? To know is to predict, and to predict is to control domestic violence. This is simple. You need to, all my young teachers, my young colleagues out there, look, the world has to be, हमारे students क्या है, अब हम किताब पढ़ने का जमाना नहीं रहा है ना, किंडर विंडर सब पढ़ के सुना देता है तुम्हें. Even if you don't want to read with your eyes, just audio on करो, बैठ के आराम से सुनो. कोई क्या करेगा, क्या कर रहे हो कि पढ़ रहा हूँ, वही वैक्स वाला कि ये वैक्स है, पढ़ रहा है, पढ़ कैसे रहा है तेरा, तुम उस चुप में आंखें बंद है, मतलब सुन के पढ़ रहा हूँ. So the ways in which we are connecting to reality are undergoing transformation. So is the way we are going to teach to our students. अब वो जमाना नहीं रहा कि पहले खोल के पुस्तक वहां से लग जाए. हाँ ठीक है, I understand when you have to cover a lot of syllabus, sometimes 1 or 2 classes have to be made in terms of reading, understanding the text, or capture the essence of the reading that you are teaching and all these things. But more often than not, please break down the concepts for your students into simple components so that they understand. You don't have to talk about the epistemic regime of ontological realities, has to be understood in terms of the methodological debates and paradigm. Absolutely not, beta. Mere bouncer ja rahi hai, tumhe kya samajh mein aayegi? The young minds. So one of the development of a faculty is that to put it simply to the person. और अब इसमें हमारा वो लास्ट वाला सवाल कहाँ गया? रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजीज, ऑन्टोलॉजी प्लस एपिस्टेमोलॉजी प्लस मेथड्स. तो मेथड्स की लिमिटेशन यहाँ पे उजागर हो गई. कैसे हो गई? कि I was measuring empowerment quantitatively and I can also measure empowerment qualitatively. तो एक मैं आपको लास्ट बताती हूँ, last 5 or 2 minutes, that when I talk about methods primarily, draw this graph. Okay, on this graph put quantitative put secondary methods here and primary here. Okay, and quantitative here and qualitative data here. ठीक है, ये सारे आपको ग्राफ को पता है, x dash y dash x dash y dash वाला कर लो. ठीक है. So some of the methods are secondary in nature and quantitative, such as official statistics, records, data tabulation. जो ये हमारा था ना ग्राफ वाला, graphic representation, everything is here quantitatively in the secondary sources से. So आपका census है, records है, आपके websites हैं, details about literacy, about death rate, birth rate, जो भी, whatever can be there. ठीक है. When you move from this side and we go anti-clockwise, ठीक है. So from one you come on to second quadrant. This is quantitative plus primary. So how will you conduct and collect this data? You will use survey as a research design, and you will use closed-ended questions, structured interviews, structured questionnaire, and all these things, structured questionnaire, schedules, structured interviews, and all these things. So here you collect your primary data, which is quantitative in nature. जैसे आपका feedback form है ना, which is primary data, but primarily yes, no, can't say, you are giving pre-coded. अब किसी को कहना है कि अच्छा और बुरे के बीच में क्या है, तो यार तुमने तो वसीम तुमने बॉक्स ही नहीं दिया लिखने के लिए, हैं? You have given a pre-coded. अब खाना या तो you like it very hot या mild या cold था, अब बीच का था 45% का, तो क्या करूंगा मैं, है ना? So but primarily the methods are giving you this much of freedom to operate. Come from this to this, यहाँ पे क्या होगा? You use ethnography as research design, and then you have participant observation, unstructured interviews, observation in the natural setting. So this is primarily and qualitative. अब वो last का आपका feedback form का एक खाना, others. If you have any other suggestion about the feedback form, that is this khanna, this box, where you are free to express what you intend to talk about the things, or your opinion, your expression, true expression about What do you intend to write? And finally, this is qualitative and secondary about the diaries, historical records, archives, personal letters, which are qualitative but already existing. So for history, you tend to dig all these things. Now, if I go empowerment wise, women are getting empowered in India. Women are getting empowered to a certain extent. People, those who qualify on the index of empowerment may not be as empowered as here. And look at Diana's life history. The most celebrated name, feminism, beauty, everything at her disposal. Inside, hollow. So still things come out. Diaries, personal records, letters, and all these things. So what is the sum total of this small chart? That when you move anti-clockwise, listen to it very carefully and I'll repeat it. When you move anti-clockwise, the reliability reduces and validity increases. Okay? Reliability क्या है वो अभी आज time नहीं बचा है, otherwise वो भी समझाती. The reliability of data कि भाई सब ठीक है ये वाला graph, ठीक है? Reliability of data reduces and validity, that is application to Sheetal, increases. Okay? And इसी का उल्टा when you go clockwise. If you go clockwise, then reliability increases and validity decreases. So going back to the original equation, this is the importance of method in the whole package called as research methodology. है ना? Am I clear? That when you say ontology, measure empowerment externally, okay? Because empowerment is measurable, structuralist perspective, ठीक है? So how do I look at that? Ontology external है, तो measurement भी external है. So epistemology क्या है? Seeing is believing. तो seeing क्या था? कि शीतल as income, education, decision making, identity. Method क्या use किया हमने? ये दो methods use किए कि everybody is doing good, so Sheetal is also doing good, है ना? वो logic, Sheetal is also good, everybody educated, A is directly proportional to B, कहाँ गया हमारा? वो मैंने मिटा दिया. So education is empowerment is ability to control your life, तो वो हमारा ठीक है. तो hence methods are this, है ना? So this is it. Ontology, constructivism, no. Life is not observable. It has to be understood in terms of its consequences. Okay. So epistemology, go beyond this graph. Compare Sheetal to Shantabai. And then come on to these two. So I conclude by saying that research methodology is ontology plus epistemology plus methods. And all these three things are related intricately to one another. Thank you so much. I hope it was clear to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing such an interactive and interesting topic. It was of great significance, and I personally feel that I was sitting in a classroom and attending your lecture. And I'm sure that everyone must be feeling the same. And this is very enlightening topic, and the method that you applied. I'm certainly going to take take away some of the examples that you took here. I'm certainly going to use that, borrow that same thing. And to sum up, for our audience, so she talked about ontology, epistemology, and methods, like how what research methodology constitutes. Then she also talked about how nuanced understanding of feminism, gender are, and how how things are of gendered nature. While she also touched upon the history of feminist movement and so on. Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, I will open the platform for question and answers. So I will just read out some of the questions and for you, if you may, please.
Okay. I do have a query.
Yes, who's asking Apeksha?
Yes. Ma'am, at one place you talked about third wave of feminism. Yeah, so third wave of feminism, you said that it is grounded on my identity. Okay, so what can be the basic protocol which we can just face for estimating that or calculating that feminist epistemology? How we can say that it's a third wave or my identity has been defined? Means, is there any protocol for that or any scale?
No. I understood what you were saying, but protocol is the not right word. You can say criteria to identify कि which wave I am talking about, है ना? अब wave का क्या है कि wave moves on a timeline, ठीक है? Say 100 years back, you were fighting for political right, political recognition, voting right. 50, 60 years back, 70 years back, you were fighting for equal wages, work, organized sector, that and it is not necessary कि आप सिर्फ women की बात कर रहे हो, even some of the men also were fighting for the equal rights and certain other aspects of reality. वो organization और profession और occupation wise होता है. The third wave is more about the people, those who have gone past the first and the second stage. ठीक है ना? आप कभी भी social sciences में the beauty is you never forget. I'm just using my board again. I miss classroom teaching so much. पता है तुम लोग सामने होते ना तो I would have just talked to you for hours together. Board पे समझा. I use board a lot. So everything, suppose from a sociological perspective, tradition है, ये modern पे आया और ये post modern पे पहुंच गया. Now, do you think that the entire communities were traditional, then they became modern and then the postmodern? No. It is the individual units within the communities which have a journey, which is dependent upon the external factors such as education, economic strength, and all these things, your stability, n number of things that you can talk about. So here, people might still be struggling for some of the women, tribal women, for rights. Okay. So हमारी सोसाइटी ने उनको रिजर्वेशन दिया कि भाई women का रिजर्वेशन होना चाहिए पंचायती राज सिस्टम में, political participation 30%, this है ना. For some, the quest for this is over, they have reached here. For others, this is here. And for women in the Western world, they have gone past this, even this. Say women in Sweden and Nordic countries, everything is there. So now it is about the preferences. So it depends upon the timeline where you trace an individual entity and how much is that. And what criteria then is under investigation. So if you talk to me, I've gone past everything in that wo empowerment wala. So where do you put me? In the post-modern way of understanding, because that takes me back to tradition. बिल्कुल ही brutalized हूँ. So यहाँ पे you have to see, देखो, research सब चीजों पे नहीं हो सकती. मैं सब कुछ नहीं खा सकता. If you enter a क्या कहते हैं ये hotel, restaurant, है ना? So when you enter, you actually have a kind of menu. Can you eat everything? No. You go and decide what you want to eat. है ना? Similarly, you cannot also think कि ये मेरे को तो ये खाना, ये non-veg क्यों बना रहा है? It's not your choice. Reality is a social fact. Durkheim का याद रखना, and menu is a perfect example of that social fact. Reality is external to the individual, endowed with power of coercion, but you have to operate within it. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे non-veg भी मिलेगा, तो पर खाना तो मुझे नहीं है, तो मैं क्यों चाहूंगी ये हट जाए? It will continue to exist. Remember. Like marriage, religion, every institution, no matter you like or dislike, it will continue to exist. Then you have to fit in within that frame. And here, very important, and I tell you one thing, agar research kar liya hai, guide kar rahe ho ya karna hai, have only 2 to 3 variables to deal with. आप कितने लोगों से fight कर सकते हो? हिंदी पिक्चर, साउथ इंडियन मूवी तो है नहीं कि 25 एक साथ घूम रहे हैं. Absolutely not. Even not. Deal 2-3 variables जिससे आप fight कर सको. Fight मेरा थोड़ा सा आपको बहुत serious था, इसलिए I'm making it a bit light. Only 3 or 4 variables. And be very, very, very articulate about what you are doing. Articulate तभी हो सकोगे जब you know कि आप कर क्या रहे हो. And if somebody says what is your research question or your hypothesis, वो अलग issue है, कभी बाद में बात करेंगे. If somebody says what is your research question, what is your research all about, if you take more than 3 sentences to explain, that means you do not know what you have done yourself. You are confused. You must be very clear in terms of establishing the relationship between 2 and 3 variables which are under test. So don't bite more than what you can chew. Don't deal with variables more than you can fight. Okay, and be very clear about the causality, correlationality between what you are doing. And that makes my life also simple and your life also simple. Right? Because there are various types of researches. Agar kabhi mauka mila, to we'll have a session on research, types of researches, research design, limitation of a researcher, how to do, what not to do. So वो हम लोग देखेंगे करेंगे, but so far have manageable number of variables and their interplay. That is there.
Due to paucity of times, we will not be able to take too many questions because our next session already is due. Right? But I will take one or two questions, ma'am, if you permit. I'm just quoting. This is a question from Khalid Wasim, and I quote, "How we place Saba Mahmood's take on politics of pity, where she argues that resistance is not necessary for exercising the agency. Are we too much depending on liberal traditions to understand feminism?"
Acha. It is also, whose question is this? Khalid.
Khalid.
Khalid, it is also the choice of variables of the researcher. You may not choose resistance as a variable to exercise your agency. Then you suggest how can you, or you have to devise a way, or you have to think a different variable to think about it. Say, for instance, when I started asking you, tell me about how do you measure empowerment? Had I been talking to you one by one, we would have come up only 5-10. But look at the beauty, the group has given almost 100 answers. Okay, that is added to my knowledge also. We are always a learner. Now, this is up to you, that even to understand agency, you have to identify a different set of variable, if not resistance. Chalo, isko main, for a while I cut this. Then think about, the group can think about it while I'm giving you an explanation. The data and the understanding of the world reflects a funnel effect. Funnel means this. Okay. So if there are 100 cases of domestic violence, suppose domestic violence, only 90 are identified as actual cases, because 10 ko to pata hi nahi ki domestic violence tha. So you can see the kind of ignorance about taken for granted nature of the world, this. So 90 are identified as actual cases. Out of 90, 10 are settled in the room only between the two individuals. They don't even step out of the room to involve the family. Okay. Other 10 get resolved at the family, immediate family level, in-laws or within the family or whatever. Another 10 gets settled with the intervention of family and friends. Another 10 move out of that to the arbitrary authorities. 40 get actual registered, out of which 30 get actually identified as cases of domestic violence, and in 20, conviction happens. This is statistics. And this is where you may not use resistance as an expression of agency. You may also use standing with the oppressed as a choice of agency. Not marrying is also a kind of, it may be seen as resistance, but it may be an exercise of my choice. That is why I say that a variable, a particular variable can be understood in various ways. So saying yes is not compliance. Saying yes may also be seen as expression of your agency. So the way you want to define this variable, it's like your profile. I look good in this profile, so I send my photo like this. Or you make your CV, whatever you want to highlight for corporate, for education, for this, for social service. It's like how you want to profile your variable and hence operationalize it. Okay. Temperature does not necessarily mean only high temperature. It can be sub-zero also. So variable does not just mean resistance is agency. Agency can also be assertion. कि नहीं मुझे तो करना है बोलो. So the profiling of the variable is very important. Am I clear?
I'll take one more question and we'll give a call. Like, we'll start another session now. So there is another interesting question, and I quote, there are important epistemological, ontological, and methodological considerations behind any comparative exercise. I am therefore curious as to how you set up a comparison between yourself and the woman you have employed at your home. That is a how question. The second component to my query is why. Why
Yes.
or of what use is it to compare the extent of empowerment in women in different social locations? What sort of feminist epistemology aids in taking seriously these two aspects?
Okay.
The how and why
This
question.
is by Divya. Divya, you have brought out a very interesting question in terms of what kind of entities can be compared. Say, for example, you cannot compare a fish with a bicycle. Okay, you cannot compare oranges with aeroplanes. However, in this case, at least few elements they converge and many of them may diverge. You may say that, when you're talking about comparison between one individual here and the other individual, now both these individuals have a different kind of social setting in which they operate. Okay, and her material and educational and social status is far more different from hers. So hence they are incomparable because they are asymmetrical. However, there are various ways of approaching, once again, this vantage point questions. We are approaching not now, and this is something observable in terms of its consequences. Okay, and this is where the importance of storytelling comes into existence. The consequences in terms of the experience of what, and this is a deductive approach now we are following. The consequence was both of them were upset because of the experience rooted in what? Domestic violence because of what? Because of the denial because of what? The choice why? Because of the other set of external circumstances. And hence, what are the external circumstances? They are this, that there is a particular demand. This is how you have to understand variable का आप topical treatment नहीं कर सकते हो. You cannot topically treat variable. And in both the cases, this may not be applied to a fish or a bicycle, but both of them have a speed at least. Okay, they may belong to two entirely different contexts, but we have started our journey, our storytelling on the basis of this, which I deductively bring down to a question of demand. How do women treat demand? And what is their response? What is the response of family to demand? And in that response, what is their response? So this can be the way it can be discerned or broken down to the level of understanding from there. And in feminism particularly, some experiences are worth sharing, common experiences. Say, all of us observing spacecraft going up. Okay, that's external to all of us. All right, spacecraft going up. ठीक है, एक एग्जाम्पल विच इज एब्सोल्युटली एक्सटर्नल. हम सब देखते हैं, वी क्लैप इन ऑ एडमिरेशन, अच्छा ये पहुंच जाएगा, ये ग्रेविटी डिफाइंग एंड ऑल दैट. Second experience, which is now I am coming down to the personal level. Second experience, holding a gym ball in your hand. Okay, second experience. Third, further coming down to the level individual, sitting on a gym ball. All right, you sit on a gym ball and how comfortable you feel. Okay, and then sitting on the gym ball without putting your foot on floor, much more personal. At every stage, no matter what you add from absolutely externally observable fact to something experiencing, the gym ball or the response to a demand or domestic violence, or even something, say for example, domestic violence or marital rape, whatever you may call, certain cases where comparisons necessarily may not be drawn between two distinct, but it is the question of experience. For agency, like the previous question, you may have a different variable to measure, like temperature. I repeat, the temperature is not necessarily high. It can be 0 or sub-zero also. So the phenomena of agency is not just resistance, it can be assertion also. So you have to see ki kaun sa rukh, what profile of the variable you are using.
Okay. With this, ma'am, I would call this session to an end. So may I request our participants to stick with us for the next session that is starting immediately after this, which will be moderated by my colleague, Mr. Wasim Akbar Baba. And I also I would take this opportunity to congratulate and thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sheetal, ma'am, for delivering this extraordinary interactive session.
Same here. Ma'am, you just remind me of our classes. Same thing, classroom experience.
Yes.
Missing
Thank
it.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
so much.
My only suggestion to all of you, Pratyush, is that you are young faculty members. आप अपनी टीचिंग को ना इफेक्टिव बनाने की चेष्टा करो. You try to become effective in the sense कि बहुत हो गया ज्ञान बांटना, ऊपर 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 ऊपर. बच्चे, I repeat this at the risk of repetition, कि सब अपनी सुविधा अनुसार इंग्लिश, हिंदी, regional languages जानते हैं and they can read it better than you can read it better than me because your English is better than mine, है ना. और अब तो डिक्शनरी उठ के लानी भी नहीं पड़ती, रजाई में से निकल के it's there on the Google, it's there on the internet, so everybody can read. But the point is to understand, है ना. Philosophers have enough interpreted the world, है ना, but the point is to change it. People have read and they can read depending on their vocation and choice and ability to read. You make them understand that what do they do by this, and by using practical examples. That is why we dread theory. हम लोग physics से क्यों इतना डरते थे? टीचर ने बताया ही नहीं कभी ढंग से, है ना, कि देखो ये थ्योरी ये बुक में नहीं है, ये शेल्फ, ये इसमें वही लिखा है जो हम एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं.
True.
So relate the theory, the teachings to your life, it becomes very easy. That's the lesson. And have energy to deal with students at that level. Thank you.
We are doing it, man. We are trying to incorporate those things, definitely.
Yes,
our chat box is started with more appreciation comments and congratulatory comments and all. There are so many questions already that have come for you, directed to you, but because of the paucity of time, we are not addressing to you right now. But we will email to you if you take some time of yours and respond us back through email. We will be able to send it across. Okay. And with these words, I would immediately call for the beginning of next session that will be moderated by Mr. Wasim Akbar Baba. So Wasim sir, over to you.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradesh sir. So we have already Dr. Preeti ma'am with us.
Yeah, can I start?
Yes, just a minute, Preeti.
Okay, ma'am. So welcome to all of you for being here. I especially appreciate those of you who were able to make it today. Indeed, I am honored to have the privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker of this session, Dr. Preeti Raghunath ma'am, an outstanding global media policy researcher. Dr. Preeti Raghunath pursues research interests focused on the interlinkage between media technologies and associated policies and their making historically and in present times, placing people at the center. Currently, she is working as a lecturer at Monash University, Malaysia. She is the author of Community Radio Policies in South Asia, a deliberative policy ecology approach, published by Programe Macmillan in the year 2020. She is also a vice chair of the Global Media Policy Working Group of the International Association for Media and Communication Research. Today, she is going to talk about the imperative of conducting critical policy ethnography, drawing on ethnographic fieldwork, which she has conducted across 4 countries of South Asia, using a deliberative policy ecology approach. So it is the real pleasure to have you, Dr. Preeti Raghunath ma'am, with us on this FDP. She would be speaking for around 40 to 45 minutes, and then we will get 10 to 15 minutes for the question answer round. So please give a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Preeti Raghunath. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasim, for that very warm introduction. A very good afternoon to all of you, all the participants here. Well, it's such an honor and pleasure to be part of this FDP, also because one of the co-organizers, that is JNU, is an alma mater of mine. I did my master's at JNU, and it's wonderful to be in the midst of so many colleagues and friends here. So thank you very much for the opportunity. What I will be doing today, as was stated in my introduction, I work on media policies in South Asia. So given my background in international relations and politics and my interest in communication and media studies, I use my PhD as an opportunity to bring together my interests in both these areas. And I've been able to conceptualize a methodology which focuses on conducting policy research. So before I share my screen, just to sort of break the ice and to ease you a little bit into policy studies, I just wanted to understand, when you think of policy, what is it that you think of? I mean, what is policy according to you? And how does one go about researching it from your perspective? So if you had a class assignment, or if you were giving a class assignment to students, asking them to study any policy that, is present in, in society, that is operational in society, how would you expect them to go about studying it? If you can use the chat or even raise your hand, we can sort of get an understanding of what people think of policy and how we can possibly study it. Any answers on what is policy? Okay, the chat is open. This can be any policy. It could be economic policies, it could be social policies, it could be policies related to the media and technology, which are with so many of these policies that are currently being rolled out. It could be about blockchain and cryptocurrency, whatever it is. It could be about broadcast policies. But so this is the large basket of policy activities that are prevalent by the government. We have dedicated a vision, that's right. So we have a dedicated, we have various ministries that are functional to take charge of policies of different areas and ambits of life, right? And are being today. And as all of you know, earlier we had the Planning Commission, and now you have the Niti Aayog. This is, of course, in the Indian context. But what I'm planning to do today is to sort of take you beyond this institutionalized understanding of policy to help you think about policy in, and drawing on the previous session, which was so wonderfully led, in terms of experiences. And therefore, this is an invitation for all of you to open up your understanding of policy as not just a policy document. So when I asked how would you go about studying a particular policy, the idea was to try and see how you think about it, right? A lot of times we think about policies as policy documents. We think about it in the form of legal clauses and legalese, language that is rooted in the legal, which is sometimes unintelligible to many of us, right? It's not something that we are very familiar with. So when we think of policies like that, we often have an expert who interprets policy for us, which is why you have a number of policy analysts, you have think tanks, and you have policy spaces, policy houses, where people interpret government stances, government vision for a particular sector, and they tell us and analyze it for us in various ways, using various prisms and using various lenses and perspectives. But what I'm trying to do today is to demystify this policy space and to see how each of you is a policy actor. You may not be a policy maker. You may not be part of those official meetings where policy making happens. But this is to sort of enable you to see yourself as a policy actor, because at the end of the day, all of us in our everyday life implement or carry forward or are at the receiving end sometimes, or if we have the agency, even shape policies from the ground up, from the bottom up, right? So the idea today is to recognize ourselves as policy actors, whether we are active policy actors or passive ones, and to see how we can study policy beyond, I mean, of course, an institutional approach is important, but it's also important to go beyond the structures of institutions to see how policy operates in the everyday, right? And towards this end, let me just share my screen. I'll give you a little bit of a background to this research and how you can conduct a critical policy ethnography. Why is it even needed? And why, and how you can go about conducting this through two examples from my own research. I'm just trying to share the screen. Sorry. Yeah, the screen is shared, I think. I'm just trying to... Okay, so this is visible, right? So the topic of the day is critical policy ethnography, why and how. So let me begin by talking a little bit, taking you back and perhaps drawing on the previous lecture, which all of you have already been, sort of listening to draw on the theoretical location of such a project, of a critical policy ethnography, right? So the intellectual leanings of critical policy ethnography is located at the intersections of two broad areas of research. The first being radical international relations theory, and the second being media anthropology, both of which I have abiding interest in. And that's why, like I mentioned earlier, I was bringing these two interests of mine to conceptualize this particular way of conducting policy research. So what about radical IR theory am I talking about? So radical IR theory, sorry about the spelling there, is a departure from the traditional undertakings of the discipline. It focuses on embracing the various transitions and paths over almost a century now, and more taken by the theories of the social sciences. And this, you just got introduced to critical theorizing and feminist thought and feminist approaches. I would include post-colonial thought, anti-racist thought, and now critical caste studies. All these, this ambit of critical perspectives that look at emancipation of the human being, that place the emancipation of the human being at the center. The idea of theory is not just to ruminate and to make things intelligible, but it is also to make things, to change things, right? And this particular project, that is radical IR theory, is very much located in that ambit of changing things for the better, to emancipate the human being from various structures of oppression, various structures of power that are operational in society along various intersectional lines, right? I mean, you of course have patriarchy, you have religion, caste, class, region as various markers of how various structures of power get consolidated and become entrenched over time. And the idea of radical IR theory is not just to observe the world, but also to bring experiential understandings from our everyday experiences to change the world for the better and to emancipate the human. So having laid that down, the second idea that informs my research and informs this approach to policy studies is located in the third debate, what is called the third great debate in international relations, where the focus was on this tussle or this inter-paradigm war between the positivists and the post-positivists. In the previous session, ma'am had kindly alluded to the difference between quantitative research and qualitative research and how experience plays such an important role in the latter. This is drawing from that very strand of thought where positivism is about making the world, positivists believe that you could attain reality. You could attain reality, you could make it intelligible, you could devise methods which are rooted in statistics and quantitative research in order to make it intelligible to the human being, to the human mind. Whereas the post-positivists said that reality might be there. However, attaining it is dependent on the location that you are operational in, your perspectives and stances, the lens and the perspectives with which you operate. And it need not necessarily draw on quantitative research. It places subjectivity. It places subjectivity, human subjectivity at the center. And therefore, this is very much, a paradigm debate between objective approaches and subjective approaches to research, right? So post-positivism, in that vein, it recognizes difference because it really depends on the researcher as to what lens or what approach or what stance they choose. And that's what post-positivism does. It offers fertile ground for the conduct of what is called a critical policy ethnography, which I will be elaborating further ahead. So, like I mentioned, having drawn on these strands of radical IR theory, the third debate between the inter-paradigm debate between positivists and post-positivists, it becomes important to see where you can locate ethnography. So what is ethnography? Ethnography is nothing but an anthropological approach. It looks at how anthropology's offerings can be drawn on to make sense of the world. It's a qualitative approach which comprises ethnography itself as an umbrella. It's not one particular method, which is why I'm calling it an approach, because it comprises various methods under that umbrella. The first being participant observation, which is very important to ethnography. The second being interviewing. The third being various other complementary methods which go with qualitative research, like conducting focus group discussions or conducting archival work, for instance. The combination of ethnographic research and archival work can lead to very, very interesting kind of insights. So this is the larger umbrella in which we are operating. And the second sort of group of subject area that I'm drawing on is media anthropology. Now, media anthropology is specifically anthropology of communication and media. With media technology becoming so imperative today. We've had so many inventions over time, from the telegraph and the radio to television to the coming of the internet and various other digital technologies today, the mobile. Our lives are so intricately connected to the media and its technologies in various ways that it becomes very, very difficult to not encounter it in our research. All of us in some ways draw on some aspect of media research in our own work, be it in the form of newspaper reportage and clippings and newspaper editorials, for instance, analyzing them as secondary data, to using various other kinds of spaces, web sources, for instance. So media technologies have altered the face of research and have become an important subject of research. And therefore, bringing that together in the study, or in the qualitative study of media, becomes very, very important. And using ethnography to do that, because it gives a subjective understanding of the ways in which people interact, interpret, and associate with the media. That allows you to understand how media plays out in the everyday lives of people, right? So these are the broad two subject areas, that is radical IR theory and media anthropology, that I'm drawing on in order to conceptualize something called critical policy ethnography. Now, many of you may be familiar with ethnography's origins. It was very much a colonial enterprise. It was part of the colonizers' mission to go to these remote tribal areas or islands and document the lives of these people whom they measured, whose lives and whose living habits, whose appearances were measured in a very colonial fashion. They were measured on along the lines of the colonizer, which were the European powers. For instance, the skin tone or the features of the people that they were studying, their height, their weight, the emergence of eugenics, for instance, as a science. All of this has its origins in a colonial ethnography and a colonial anthropology. And it becomes very important, especially in today's times when we are talking about the decolonial in so many ways. We're talking about decolonizing research. What does that even mean? It's become a fad and a fashion to talk about it. But in order to conduct research, which is truly decolonial, which is rooted in decolonial thought, which is rooted in decolonial practice, it's very, very important to bring in that critical element to it. And that's what I will be illustrating through the course of what critical policy ethnography is. Now, Anand Pandian has spoken about how ethnography in particular, as a way of studying the human, consciously devoid of its colonial beginnings and by submitting it to a decolonizing project, offers rigor and excitement at being able to capture the nuances of human interaction. He's making a case to strip ethnography and anthropology of its colonial beginnings, to subject it and submit it to a decolonizing project. When one does that, one is able to use ethnography, for various purposes, which are rooted in the emancipation of the human being. Therefore, the idea is not to discard ethnography because of its colonial beginnings, but to rescue it using the decolonial project and to implement it in our everyday research, in our own research projects, in ways that enhance the qualitative research that we conduct. The idea is to be very conscious and reflexive of our own positions, our own location in society, the structures that we are part of, but the structures that we sort of inhabit in various ways, but also promote in various ways subconsciously. It's important to be reflexive of that in order to strip ethnography of its colonial operations, right? Here, Ali and Herzog talk about the lack of reflexive methodological scholarship in media policy studies and media policy research, and suggest that it is the need of the hour. And therefore, drawing on these two kind of arguments, I suggest and I talk about policy ethnography as a methodology. I will come to the critical aspect of it, but what is policy ethnography? Like I mentioned, when we think of policy, we think of people sitting in the ministries, IAS officers or ministers, joint secretaries of various ministerial departments sitting in their chambers and making policy, signing off on these important policy documents. All the same, we think of corporate boardrooms where industrialists sit and prepare various policies that impact people's lives in various ways. I mean, all these situations are, of course, probable, but in order to rescue policy and to bring it from a top-down policy approach to a bottom-up policy approach, ethnography can be deployed to do that. Therefore, policy ethnography allows for engagement with policy making from the ground up, as opposed to top-down policy straitjackets. How does one do that? Here, in the case of conducting a policy ethnography, the researcher embeds himself or herself in venues of policy making, which cut across dichotomies of formal, informal, virtual, real, government, non-government. And I'll tell you what this means. In other words, if you are a researcher who's conducting a policy ethnography, you start off, firstly, by embedding yourself in locations where policy is being made. And these venues of policy making need not only be government or corporate spaces. Of course, they are also important, but it could be informal spaces as well. And I will draw on my research to give you an example of how I went about conducting such a study. It could also cut across the dichotomies of virtual and real, especially during the pandemic. If you've been following the personal data protection bill or the non-personal data space, both of which I'll be talking about again a little bit, which I'm sort of conducting research on. In both these cases, you saw that the government and various other policies, a lot of virtual consultations were happening. A lot of the policy work was happening online on Zoom calls. Because of the nature of the situation right now and because of the pandemic, a lot of the policy making has moved online, right? And stakeholder consultations are happening online. In such a scenario, it would be a travesty to not examine the virtual space as a key space for policy making. Similarly, it's not just the government officials who make policy. I asked all of you to imagine yourselves as policy actors. So today, when an Aadhaar card does not work, because the biometrics are not working, you are somebody who is interfacing with the policy of the government to make Aadhaar useful for any process that's in place, right? You are very much interacting with the government's policy, and therefore, whether it's working or not, whether it's a successful policy or not, you're part of that policy cycle, you're part of those policy spaces, and you're very much a very active policy actor in that case, right? So the first step is to, like I said, embed yourself in venues of policy making. And this policy ethnography allows you to go beyond technocratic policy making and reduces the democratic gap. That's what Dubois says. He's conducted research on welfare policies in France, and he talks about how through an ethnography, by not just reducing policy studies to a document, but by going and talking to people whose lives are impacted by this policy, people who make these policies, by understanding the politics of policy making, one is able to reduce the democratic gap. You're able to bring people closer to the policy process, right? So why is ethnography important in this case? Ethnography is important because it allows you to dwell on individual and group interactions, right? Very often, in anthropological studies, you talk about kinship, you talk about communities. And this is the tussle between, I don't want to caricature it as East and West, but a liberal ethos and a communitarian ethos. The tussle is always between the individual and the group. But ethnography allows you to examine both the individual and the group. Because when you go and conduct interviews, semi-structured conversations and interviews with people to draw on their experiences of policy, you are documenting an individual's experience with policy. Similarly, when you're observing people through participant observations or focus group discussions, you are looking at their group interactions, you're looking at structures of power. For instance, when I was conducting research in one of the rural areas in UP and MP, you would always see certain people sitting at a higher level, elevated level, and some others sitting at the ground level. That allows you to immediately think of structures of power, the dynamics of power in a group setting, who are the people who call the shots in a community, and allows you to investigate those aspects. That's, of course, a small example. Similarly, and I'll come to my research in a bit, but for instance, when I was visiting Bangladesh or Sri Lanka for that matter, to these government offices to study broadcasting, to talk to officers who are in the broadcasting departments, ministries of information and broadcasting, whatever the local name for each of these ministries are, you could see how their filing cabinets were arranged, how the files move from one desk to another, what is the process it takes for a policy making initiative to, what is the process like. So these are all aspects that allow you to understand individual power structures, that an individual is located in or is wielding, and the group interactions and group dynamics. So ethnography allows you to do that in a very, very wonderful way. It helps unravel power relations, individual policy actor dispositions, and it also allows you to understand certain universal norms. For instance, let's take the example of, something that we've just been familiar with, just the idea of women empowerment. We just looked at how certain indices do not indicate women empowerment, right? Universally, you might have certain, like for instance, a UN body might prescribe certain indices to indicate that women empowerment has happened. But at the ground level, realities are very different, and individual experiences and group dynamics, for example, in various parts of India, might be very different. Given the urban, peri-urban, rural continuum, there are so many factors that play into creating these dynamics of interactions. So in such a case, universal norms and their interpretation and experienced by people on ground, there is often a disconnect. Just to understand that as part of the study of policy becomes very, very important, and ethnography allows you to do that. Now, let me turn my attention to the critical aspect of critical policy ethnography. I mean, when we say something is critical, what do we mean? It does not mean that we are constantly critical. I mean, as the term might suggest in a very direct way, it's not that we are constantly negative about something. When we say that we are critical about something, it means that we use a critical lens to study structures of power that keep people the way they are. We are able to locate certain, instead of buying into the larger narrative, we are able to look at localized experiences in order to challenge these narratives. We are able to bring various facets and various experiences to illuminate various perspectives in relation to a policy issue at hand. So when we say critical, we mean that it is an egalitarian project rooted in public interest. It is rooted in an emancipatory project, right? Like we mentioned, the role of critical theory, for instance, has been rooted in emancipatory politics. And that's what this particular research draws on, right? So ethnography, like I mentioned, it allows you to draw on individual and group interactions. It helps in questioning the predominance of a single source of power and policy. So it's not that we're looking to the government for policy. It helps you recognize the multiple stakeholders. You as a stakeholder, activists and advocates of a policy as a stakeholder, people who are involved directly in negotiating with structures of power, looking at them as stakeholders, that becomes important. So when we today, when we talk about a Forest Rights Act, we recognize that the people whose land belongs to them in various tribal areas, we recognize them as stakeholders if we are to use the lens of a critical policy ethnography. We do not only recognize a Vedanta, as a policy actor and only call them to the negotiating table, but we call the tribes of Niyamgiri to the table as well, to the negotiation table as well. So that is what a critical policy ethnography does. It helps disrupt structures of power, helps open up the black box of policy making to recognize various policy actors, including the people who are affected by it on a daily basis. By recognizing them as stakeholders, what you are essentially doing is that you are spreading the sources of power among these people. You're giving them the power, the negotiating power. Sorry about that. Instead of going by a centralized idea of power behind any of the policy moves, right? Finally, the critical aspect comes in when one conceptualizes one's methodology and method to be decolonial and in going beyond the dominant paradigm. The dominant paradigm has always suggested that it's always top-down. Power flows in a top-down fashion. But when the minute you decolonize any research enterprise, you are immediately able to identify the agency in people to bring about change at the local level, but also at the national level, regional level, whatever, various levels that, and you're able to recognize that, you're able to shine light on it and bring that under the lens, right? So that's what the critical aspect of critical policy ethnography is all about. Now I'll be moving to two sort of practicum, two case studies or two sets of examples to illustrate how a critical policy ethnography can be conducted. The first instance draws on my doctoral research, which is now in the form of a book. I'll talk a little bit about how I went about conducting this critical policy ethnography during the course of this research. The first instance is I started with a mapping exercise. It's not one of those sophisticated visual maps that you use software to generate, but simply an exercise in understanding who are the various policy actors, who are the various networks of people in power and not in power. So by diffusing this central idea of one policy actor, you're immediately opening up the lens to identify various policy actors. So these actors and networks had different degrees of power and autonomy. Like I mentioned, they cut across dichotomies of informal and formal, across the regional, local, regional, national, global levels. So this is the continuum one talks about. Similarly, I was looking at various venues of policy making. I mean, the idea was to map all these things, because once you have it in paper or, on the computer in using whatever, it could just be a Word document. It could be, something where you just have map relations between people, between actors and networks, between venues like popular platforms and forums, physical and virtual spaces of negotiation for policies, etc. Similarly, you can identify the processes involved. For example, for instance, if you have to apply for an RTI, there is a formal process involved. You have to go to this particular office, or you can do it online, whatever it is. You have to email a particular person, or you have to fill out a form. You can apply for it in a particular way. Similarly, for what I was studying, which is broadcasting policy, there's a particular way in which licenses are applied. Right? I mean, there are numerous ministries involved. It's not only the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, but to give the license clearance, you'll have a Ministry of Home Affairs who will do a background check of the people who are applying for licenses, and categorize them as safe in order to hold a license. So you have that ministry. You have the MOSIT, which is the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, which takes care of the spectrum allocation plan, etc., for broadcasting, because I was looking at community radio broadcasting, and for that you need allocation of spectrum, right? So these are all the formal processes of applying for policies. When it comes to informal processes, you can look at how negotiation happens. In India, you had a movement for community radio. Similarly, in Nepal, Sri Lanka was one of the pioneers in community radio in the late 1970s and 80s. In Bangladesh, you've had a movement for community radio. So these movements, people's movements, how they negotiate, how they build solidarity, what are the strategies, how do they operate from the ground up, how do they advocate for a policy change, right? So all these would go into processes. Similarly, you have interests and normative concerns. So in there you map out, for instance, if it's a corporate actor, for instance, if it is a Red FM who's interested in the same spectrum that a small community radio station in the vicinity of its operation, maybe in Gurgaon. In Gurgaon, you have something called Gurgaon Ki Awaaz, which works with migrant labor and that community and makes programs for them, radio programs for them. So if Red FM in operating in NCR has a problem with Gurgaon Ki Awaaz, which is a very smaller, much smaller in scale, but they have to access the same spectrum, because spectrum is at least by the official logic is limited, right? And it can be allocated only to a few players. So immediately, whose interests gain upper hand? How are they lobbying for it? How are they contacting certain people in the ministries to make a case for their own business or their own initiative, their own entity? So what are the premises? So for instance, a Gurgaon Ki Awaaz will put forth a normative premise saying we are catering to certain disadvantaged communities. We are catering to the migrant community, right? So what are the various standpoints from which these actors make a case for their own interests? What are the norms that are governing their behavior? What are the normative elements that are specific to something called community radio? And how do all of this play out in the negotiations? This is something that I was looking at. Similarly, mapping and reviewing media policies that impact community radio. One is, of course, the community radio policy, but for instance, which is governed by the broadcasting policy of a country, right? But at the same time, if you have internet radio, I mean, if you have a community radio which is also streaming on the internet, does the IT law play a role in it, or is it the Broadcasting Act which will play a role in it? Similarly, you have the Copyright Act, you have the Intellectual Property Rights Act, you have the Spectrum Allocation Plan. So for every policy, you will see that there is an ecosystem of other policies which impinge on its functioning. And this is just an example, of course. You can take any policy, whatever policies, whether it's for girl child empowerment, whatever it is. social policies, social security measures, you'll see that it never operates in isolation. You will have other policies which impact its functioning, but it's never seen that way. It's never seen as an ecosystem of policies. So this mapping exercise also helped me understand the larger ecosystem of various policies working with each other. And then you have the geographical mapping of regions within countries where policies work differently. So you may all know that, for instance, in Delhi NCR, policies work very differently compared to a far-flung region where, like, for instance, in the northeast of India, or policies like in Kashmir, you've had internet shutdowns, right? So policies for the internet work differently, as an example, work differently in various areas of the country. So there are reasons for it, and you'll have official versions, you will have localized experiences, you will have activists having their own kind of points that they make. So just understanding the geographical mapping of regions and the politics of that became very, very important. Similarly, statistical mapping of licenses granted, etc. Mapping of the, in all of this, because I was studying 4 countries of South Asia, that is India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, it became very important for me to understand the larger socio-economic, political, and cultural context, as well as the media ecology in which this particular thing that I was studying was located in, right? In other words, each of these countries has had a colonial common past, barring Nepal. Nepal had what is called a crypto-colonial past because it was never under British rule directly. But it had trade relations with the British. The Rana monarchy of Nepal had trade relations with the British, and therefore their administrative setups mirrored the British government's administrative setups. And as you know, this was one larger landmass at that point, which is modern day South Asia. So given the common colonial past, you see that the administrative setups have some kind of commonality in each of these countries. Having said that, in the last 70 plus years, you see that each of these countries have taken various very, very divergent trajectories economically, socially, politically, culturally as well, right? If they have their own ethos, they have their own political setups. So it's important to recognize that. And it's important to study that in depth and also study the media ecology in depth in order to understand in what space are we operating, in what context are we operating. So the contextual attributes become very, very important. And finally, it becomes important to study that sector in which, that particular sector, do a historical study of that sector to understand where it stands today, what is the history like, right? And to ensure that you get an understanding, like a holistic understanding, basically, of the trajectory that that particular sector has taken, the policies of which you are studying. So that was the mapping exercise. This took me quite a few months to conduct for 4 countries. And then what I did, but it gave me a lot of background understanding and information before I could go to these countries and do the ethnography. The second aspect is conceptualizing what are called deliberative sites. As you know, policy making is not a process where you just sign on a document. There are discussions happening around every policy, even if it's at the ministry level, if it's at the, a citizens forum. These are all deliberative sites because deliberations on policy happens. So when you conduct an ethnography, it becomes important to embed yourselves in these deliberative sites and conduct an ethnography of how these conversations are happening. So you might not have access to the ministry and their deliberations, but you can always have access to these informal spaces where citizens groups meet or activists meet, where advocates of a policy stance meet. Civil society, basically, where they congregate and how they negotiate. Those spaces are very, very rich as ethnographic deliberative sites to study policy making. So, the ethnography for me, in my case, comprised observations, field notes, formal in-depth interviews, informal conversations. And I conducted an ethnography over 3 years in each of these, together for 3 years, covering these 4 countries. So the key deliberative sites in the case of my research were prominent policy making avenues in the capital cities of the countries being studied, including consultative meetings organized by the government, seminars and conferences that brought together key actors involved in negotiating for community radio policies, spaces for discussion and deliberation created by NGOs and advocacy networks, digital spaces that provide archival data. For instance, a mailing list, right? You will have a mailing list where people will, activists will sort of have updates about government policies, and they will have discussions about the next course of action, how it impacts the sector, etc. So those digital mailing listservs, all of that was very, very important material, and all of that contributed to the the designation of what are called deliberative sites for policy making. So just to give you an example, who are the actors? By actors, I mean policy actors. Who are the people I've interviewed? This includes formal interviews and informal conversations. So I looked at former and current bureaucrats working with the ministries of Communication, Information and Broadcasting and Home Affairs, actors that make up what are called the epistemic communities with respect to community radio, where like bodies like the Community Radio Forum, Community Radio Association of India, the Sri Lanka Development Journalists Forum, the Bangladesh Network of NGOs in Radio and Communication, the Association of Community Radio Broadcasters of Nepal. These were some of the bodies, citizens' bodies and advocacy groups that I had studied. The next is representatives of international organizations like AMAC, which is the World Association for Community Radio Broadcasters, UN bodies like UNESCO, UNICEF, other intergovernmental multilateral donor agencies like IMS or Internews, etc. I also spoke to researchers and observers studying this sector. I spoke to media law and technology law experts. I also spoke and visited a number of community radio stations to understand how, their experiences with operationalizing the national policies at the station level, because, once the policy is made, at the end of the day, it is these stations who are running the stations, who are making sure that a policy is operationalized at the ground level. So what are their experiences like? What is the gap between, a nationally imagined policy and what happens at that ground level? So, and also the second group of people who are denied licenses. How does the state decide whom to give licenses to and whom not to give licenses to? Which communities are considered okay to be given the license to and which ones are considered blacklisted? So those, just understanding the politics of licensing, all of that became important for my study. So how did I go about doing the sampling and interviews? Firstly, for the sampling, I connected with some key policy actors, and then I went to each of these countries. I wrote them emails. I went to each of these countries, and through snowball sampling, I met a range of other people. So it was very much like very action-packed, in the sense that I just landed in these countries without too much of a background, except for the background research that I had conducted through that mapping process and understanding the scene, etc. But it was very much about going to those countries as a ranked stranger, contacting one or two people, and then through snowball sampling, asking them for more people and connecting from them to other people. So just ensuring that the entire landscape, including contrarian views, are covered. So I was very, very conscious of the divides in the community radio sectors, because some people would have a particular group and then there would be other group, just like it happens in every sector. So it was important to capture the debate and the tussle and the negotiations and the dramatic kind of conversations between various groups. So I was very conscious of the politics of the civil society as well in each of these countries. In-depth semi-structured interviews were conducted with questionnaires that were tailor-made for each kind of policy actor. So like I mentioned in the previous slide, some of them were government officials, some of them were civil society groups, some of them were representatives of international organizations. So for each kind of policy actor, came up with a list of questions, and I had some broad thematic entry points so that I could understand how each policy actor was, and I operationalized those thematic entry points as questions for each policy actor. And then I had some background information on each of these policy actors, like the history of the organizations they work for, etc., in order to get some understanding before I went and met them and conducted the interviews. So basically, the idea was to give a holistic picture of the policy making process. I was very, very conscious of my own location. And this is in the vein of reflexivity, which is so important in conducting decolonial ethnographic research. I am somebody who is a young female researcher from South India, going to each of these places. I mean, India acts as a big brother in the region because these are smaller countries and India is seen as a hegemon. And I did not want to, I was very conscious of the politics and the diplomatic relations between India and the other countries, because, you know, I mean, as much as one thinks of oneself as citizen of the world, you are still carrying certain identity markers. And it's important to be conscious of that and to be reflexive of it when you conduct research. So this is the second kind of research that this is an ongoing project that I'm doing. This has been after my book was published and this post PhD. So the contours of this research is more digital in nature because of the nature of the times that we are in, which is the pandemic. And I've been conducting digital ethnography, and of course, I hope to translate that into real-time ethnography as well, on data governance in India. I'm looking at how, so in data governance, you have, again, two broad umbrellas. One is personal data protection and the other is non-personal data. So I'm looking at how governance is, policy making is happening, how governance is being actualized in these two spaces. India recently passed the personal data protection bill, right? And this will impact each of us as individuals and as researchers. So it's very, very important to be aware of the data laws that are currently being sort of brought in India. And so for this purpose, I've been conducting a digital ethnography with two groups on two messenger apps, one WhatsApp group and one Telegram group. For the sake of convenience, I'm anonymizing it, of course. Let's call the WhatsApp group World and the Telegram group Purpose. So I took permissions from the moderators and the group members of both these groups in order to embed myself, because these are groups that are constantly having conversations around these two, especially on these media technology policy making that's happening. For instance, this particular WhatsApp group called World, which is now actually migrated to Signal. So what they are doing is they have a lot of updates. They publish or they share policy papers, and they have a lot of updates on what's happening in the government, what kind of a policy move is the government coming up with, etc. So I keep getting my updates from there. And with the Telegram group, this group was actually formed in order to resist Aadhaar. So it has a history of resisting government, enumeration programs like the Aadhaar, right? Which is a biometric, you all know that it's the identity card that they're giving, and based on biometrics. So they have been opposing that, and it's a civil society group. So I embedded myself in these two digital sites, and I've conducted telephonic interviews with people, again, because of the pandemic. I've attended a lot of webinars and policy sessions, including those who were part of including by people who are part of the Chris Gopalakrishnan committee of the non-personal data governance report. These webinars and policy sessions were conducted by Media Nama, the Dialogue, policy think tanks, various policy think tanks in this space. I've also done some popular writing. I've done a couple of presentations to this Telegram group, members of this group, where we were dissecting. So I'm very much a participant observer. I'm still participating in the conversations. I'm just not a detached observer, because I have, a stake in the policy, right? Because I'm not only a detached researcher, but I'm also somebody who's very passionate about media policy. And I have a background of being a researcher in that space. So I come with a certain amount of knowledge in relation to the policy issue at hand. And therefore, I've been involved in making presentations to these groups, etc. So in that context, I've been doing some popular writing in the form of writing for blogs, institutional blogs, some of which has been published. So this is an ongoing project where I'm taking what I started off in terms of conducting a critical policy ethnography, and I'm translating that through time. I mean, because of the conditions of the times that we are in, most of it has been a digital component, but this is a great turn that it's taking, and this is an observable, discernible turn that the digital aspect of ethnography is gaining a lot of prominence, and it's about time that those of us who are interested in ethnography embrace it. So these are some of the scholars who've been talking about digital ethnography. They're very famous: Deborah Lupton, Sarah Pink, and John Postel. So these are media anthropologists, technologists who talk about digital ethnography, and their works are very, very key to understanding digital ethnography. I'll just wrap up my presentation by saying that the path ahead, especially for policy studies, is in understanding that the policy process itself is becoming digitalized, right? And the pandemic has accelerated it. It's not something that we can wish away. So it's important that we recognize that, and how, and our quest is, and as we know, there's a huge digital divide in spite of, the penetration of the internet in India. There is a huge digital divide, especially of people accessing these policy conversations. There's hardly any conversation around it in the mainstream media as well, right? It's only in certain pockets that people who are interested, people from think tanks and policy spaces, are interacting with these kinds of ideas and conversations. And therefore, it is absolutely important for us to ensure that we focus on critical policy literacy among the people. People ought to know what is happening in terms of policy development. What are they signing up for when a government comes up with a data governance plan for the country? What is it? What parts of their freedom is being given in? How do they negotiate it with the state? These are all things that need to be spoken about. And critical policy ethnography allows you to do that. It allows you to go down to the level of the people and make people the center of the policy process. And all of this is what would contribute to that emancipatory project that people who spoke about critical theory envisaged. How do you operationalize for today's times is actually through this, by being very aware of the kinds of governance structures that are being put in place. And we can't see ourselves merely as subjects. We need to see ourselves as active policy actors in order to be able to negotiate and make space for our views and to tailor our experiences the way we deem it right and deem it fit for ourselves. So with that, I'll end this talk, and I'll be happy to take any questions, more questions on the research or any aspects of conducting a policy ethnography through a critical lens.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti Raghunath ma'am, for such an informative, erudite exposition of the policy-making process, highlighting its co-constructive nature, dispelling the dominant understanding that policy and policy-making is an expert-led activity. So, if time permits, maybe we can take few questions, and may I request my colleagues to read out questions put up in the chat. Maybe a couple of questions. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. We are already little late for the next session, so we will not be able to take too many questions, I guess. So for that, what we will take only 2 questions right now, and then rest of the questions that come to us, we will email to you, and we will request you to kindly respond us back, and we will share that with our audience participate. So I will read this. There is this long question, like 3-part question that I am going through. And I'm quoting. This is from Divya Janardhan, if I'm pronouncing her name right. Good session, Preeti. Thanks. 3 queries from my side. 1, a question not so much of method, but of the social worlds in or of policy. The mode of doing critical policy ethnography that you are advocating will only work in a given political and social conditions. In many regions, as well as for contentious policies, there is a simply no space for us as ethnographers or even as members of the public to enter and participate in policy making. I'm sure you have encountered such problems of access and entry as an anthropologist, if not as a citizen. How have you handled such moments? This is one part. This is one question. You want me to read another question because like this is long. If you want to answer this question first, then you can go.
Yeah, perhaps I'll address this question first. I mean, one of the key aspects of any kind of ethnographic work is that you have to build your way into things. You have to build relations with the people that you want to study. You have to, ensuring access is the main concern, because if we all had access, then, conducting research would be easier. But having said that, and recognizing the difficulty of it, I would still say that it's not impossible, because especially because if you're able to conduct that mapping exercise, if you're able to identify the people that you want to speak to, chasing them, this is something that you develop either as a journalist or as a researcher, chasing people to ensure that you get their perspective, explaining it to them as to why this research is important, and explaining it to them as to what is your stance and what is your position in relation to the research that you are conducting. How does it, especially if it's people-centric, there is a larger public interest mandate to doing this kind of work, and sort of elaborating on that and explaining that to people that you want to study or interview or work with. That's the first step. Secondly, just to give you an instance from my field work, like I mentioned, as an Indian, and I'm somebody who is of a certain I have a certain linguistic background, like all of us do, and visiting Sri Lanka just in the post-war period, and having a certain linguistic background made it very difficult for me, because I knew I was being monitored and tracked, and made it very difficult for me to access government spaces and conduct research in policy spaces. But I think it's about being smart and having good intentions, and that comes with the reflexivity. If you're able to convince the other person, access might not always be possible in ministerial spaces and government spaces, but the idea is to not give up and to develop relations with people, because at the end of the day, these ministers and officials are also human beings, and when convinced that you're not there to constantly interrogate them, but you're trying to understand. So if you can do that, I think half the battle is won. Of course, you will find certain blocks, but it's not impossible. One can always push the ambit, push the envelope a little bit through our own efforts, and that's what we can hope to do.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Another part of this question, it is her only. Second question is an empirical inquiry. How has the pandemic affected the spatial and temporal horizons of policy making? For instance, has it further reduced the duration of public participation? And is virtual space likely to trump as the venue of stakeholder meetings, as well as for the ethnographers of policy? This is the second question. Do you?
Yeah, unfortunately, should I answer this?
No. I just wanted to, like, if you want me to repeat the question, or like you can.
No. I've got the question. I was saying that unfortunately, it is the virtual spaces which have emerged as spaces of policy making, and which is why I highlighted that critical policy literacy by people like us who have access to these spaces. All of us have access to the calls put forth by, an entity like Media Nama, which tracks technology policy, but also other spaces created by civil society organizations to discuss various policy initiatives and various policy moves. It's people like us who need to go take those discussions to the people. We need to, it can't be, even today with all the digitization that's happening and digital India, etc. We all know how stark the digital divide is. And we are talking about not just access, but literacy. We are talking about critical literacy about policies. And therefore, when something as specialized as data governance is being, it's being done at that level in a massive way, and if the way it's going to affect our lives in very, very intricate ways, it's important that we act as those translators, because we have the access, we have the know-how, and we can educate ourselves. So unfortunately, it has reduced public participation, but it also puts the onus on us as researchers to emerge not just as detached researchers, but activist researchers in some sense.
There is another third part of the question from Divya Janathan only. Has it been easy to generalize from your specific field of inquiry, which is media policies in South Asia, and speak of policy-making processes as such?
Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't say that, because the key part of an ethnography is to retain the particularities and the specificities. It's very important that we don't make larger, broad stroke kind of big kind of claims. Having said that, it'll, the iterative process. So after the ethnography, I also use the methodology of constructivist grounded theory to build the deliberative policy ecology approach. There, because you're constantly dealing with the data and you're generating theory from data, it's an iterative process. You're constantly coding, or you're constantly generating in vivo codes, and you're moving towards abstraction. So while generalization of the policy process itself is not possible, you're able to come up with some kind of an abstracted view of how policy making might occur in South Asia, like a slightly abstracted view, but the idea is to not lose the intricacies of the particularities and the specificities that the field has to offer, that your field site has to offer.
Thank you. I guess.
Yeah, I think we are really running short of time, and we would have allowed to take further questions. So before I wrap up this session, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Preeti Raghunath ma'am for sparing her valuable time to enlighten us. Ma'am, we are really looking forward to have more sessions with you on some other events. Thank you so much again for being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansi and Dr. Wasim and Dr. Pratyush and everybody here. I hope all of you stay safe and have a wonderful time through this FDP.
Just wanted to ask Wasim sir, we have shared feedback form.
Yeah, we have already done that. Yeah,
okay, thank you. Okay, looking forward to see you soon, Preeti.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.
So, dear participants, would be reconvening by maybe after 2:30 or
2:30 would be too early, because I think we have taken time for this session.
We can extend it to 2:45.
2:45 will do.
Yeah, sure. We will reconvene by 2:45. Please make sure your participation. Thank you for being so nice participants and actively participating in this session. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Okay, Apeksha ma'am, the screen is blank. We have to play the video. It's just, where is? Just hold on, let me see. So we can start the session in. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Apeksha ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Okay, I couldn't hear. Okay, so we can start the session in just 1 minute. Let me just check the background. Just give me a minute.
वीडियो तो ऑन है बट वो ब्लैंक दिख रहा है। हाँ वो आ गया आ गया।
चला दिया मैंने अभी ठीक है 246 पे बंद कर दूंगी। आप ठीक है स्टार्ट कर दूंगी। ठीक है
Hello, Dr. Anurima, have you joined? Is there Dr. Anurima joined? Yeah. Okay. Welcome, ma'am. Should we start the session then? Ma'am, unmute yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Now it's audible.
Yes.
So wait 1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute. So now we are going to start the session. Just 1 second. So good afternoon, dear faculty members, distinguished personalities and research scholars. This is the 8th session of day 2. And I'm Dr. Apeksha, Assistant Professor in the Department of English from Galgotias University, and I'm joining today as the moderator of this session. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, who is going to talk to us about the benefits of effective blueprinting in academic writing. As we all of us know, that blueprinting helps the teachers in designing the instructional strategies as per the guidelines planning to meet the curriculum expectations and learning objectives. Hence, the importance of blueprinting cannot be unheeded. And so this session is going to be super cool with the dialect of Dr. Anurima. So it is with special excitement that I'm pleased to welcome and introduce Dr. Anurima. She is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of English of Birsa Munda College, North Bengal University. Before this, she worked at the Center for Writing and Communication, Ashoka University, working closely with ESL students. She completed her doctorate in Indian English Children's Literature from JNU. She was a pre-doctoral Dart Fellow at the University of Würzburg, Germany. Apart from being a literary translator, she also writes for children and has been published with Scholastic and DK, among others. So please, all of you join me in welcoming Dr. Anurima. We would be grateful if you all fill and submit the feedback form after the session. If you have any queries related to the discussion, kindly leave your questions in the chat box. We will come to your queries in the last 5 minutes of the session. Ma'am, now the floor is all yours. You can start your session.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Galgotia University and Dr. Mansi Sinha specifically for extending this invite to me to speak at this 7-day, a 1-week-long faculty development program, which is being organized at such a grand scale by Galgotia University in collaboration with the Jean Monnet module, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And it's my honor to be, part of this, this grand initiative. Thank you so much. I just need to share my screen. So just give me 2 seconds. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
okay, so as Dr. Apeksha was mentioning, I'm going to talk today about the benefits of effective blueprinting in academic writing. From the final schedule, I see that this has been a day of research and methods, talking about, methodology from different, dimensions. We were talking about, Dr. Sabyasachi in the morning was talking about research and theory, methods and theory. There was talk about the feminist epistemology. There was talk about ethnography. I feel that, my lecture today kind of culminates, because while we are talking about theory and method, ultimately for all scholar, it kind of culminates in writing your grand thesis or your research paper. I think that's where I kind of come in, where I will be talking about academic writing. But before I start talking or enter into my lecture, I thought that it's a little important to kind of share with you my own engagements with academic writing. Why me for this talk? Where do I draw my theories and techniques of writing from? As Dr. Apeksha was mentioning, I worked at Ashoka University for almost 2 years as a writing tutor. If you know a little bit about Ashoka University, it's a liberal arts university, and there is a major thrust that is given to writing. The Center for Writing and Communication, as you can make out, from the name of the center itself, writing and communication. These two were the thrust areas of the center. And the center kind of, it is one of the largest center at Ashoka University. And we used to cater to the entire academic and non-academic circuit of the university. Wide range of work. We used to do a lot of stuff over there, but one of the major interventions or larger part of our work used to be these one-on-one sessions. And I think most of what I'm going to talk about today, I kind of draw from my observations, my own engagements during these one-on-one sessions. So just to explain a little bit about what we used to do in these one-on-one sessions, students could book like a 1 hour long slot with us, with a tutor, and they would come to us at various stages of their writings. It could be right after professor had handed them out an assignment, which used to be called as prompts, and we would literally take it from the stage of brainstorming down to writing. But, and this is the very interesting part, the major portion of the time actually went in these initial sessions of brainstorming, just sitting over there. And we did the traditional way. I used to take a piece of paper, I used to take a pencil, and I used to literally scribble on the paper, trying to jot down all the ideas over there. And this is how we used to begin all these sessions. So the first 2 or 3 sessions with each scholar, student used to be, we used to talk about the topic. We used to kind of delve into the topic. We used to draw these, very, very extensive sort of an algorithm or a flow chart. And we used to try and get it down to a format after which writing was very, very easy. Now, most of what I'm going to talk about today, about this entire thing about blueprinting or outline, if you might want to call it that, is actually coming from my entire, experiences that I gathered from this process of, sitting together and, talking to these students before they started writing. So the pre-writing phase of the method of writing. And here I thought that, this quote this was a passage that really spoke to me. This is from Rowena Murray's How to Write a Thesis. This is a book that I will be extensively referring to, among others. I also have a bibliography at the end of my PPT, where you will be able to have a look at the kind of books that we usually, or I refer to. But what she says is that, most of us, we are just given this instruction to just write. The instruction to just write seems absurd, because most of us, we feel like we have not started anything, even after we are reading and thinking about a topic. And this phase, whatever we might want to call it, we might want to call it the writer's block. We might want to call it the phase where, things have not really fallen into place. This is that phase where, this can go on for months, which can become a very, very daunting sort of an experience. And I think the anxiety of writing kind of comes from this phase itself, where every time we sit down to write, we feel like we don't have anything substantial to say. Now, this is something, I think this is a kind of lacuna which is existing in the Indian educational system in general. Take school education, for example, where I think writing is kind of at the periphery of the educational system. In the syllabi, while we are talking about, rote learning, or we are talking about, recreating whatever is being told in class in our answer sheet, there is very few scope of critical engagement with a topic and critical writing. Now, coming from that sort of an environment with a very traditional thrust on education, when we come to colleges, to universities, and we are suddenly expected to produce this extremely, critical piece of writing, very original, where you're supposed to enter into an academic conversation, this becomes a very, very daunting exercise. So just to tell somebody just write is a very, very sort of an, absurd expectation to have out of research scholars. And this is not just for school students. I'm talking about, myself, actually, when I joined Ashoka, I had just completed my PhD. And I did not enter the Center for Writing and Communication with all the tools of writing in place. It was mostly during these one-on-one sessions that I kind of realized that, oh, this is the reason that I did something during my thesis writing, or this is something, I kind of end up doing every time. So these things are, things that you pick up while you're engaging, but the process of writing itself becomes so daunting that we take ages to enter that phase. So from there, that's where my entire lecture is, has been envisaged, where I'll be talking about the stage of blueprinting. And, when we are talking about methods of academic writing, we always give the least importance to this pre-planning or outlining stage. What I would like to say is that, I want to bring back this outlining phase or the pre-writing phase within the methods of writing, because I think it is as important. And, half your work is done in the outlining phase rather than, once you begin writing, because if you have your outline or your blueprint in place, then, half your work is done. I think this would be a nice place to kind of enter into Umberto Eco's quote about blueprinting. What he suggests is that one of the first things that you can do to begin writing your thesis is to first write the title, the introduction, and the table of contents. That is exactly what most authors do at the end. The advice seems paradoxical. Because and he kind of reasons over here that the table of contents is something that you see for the very first time when you're approaching somebody's work, or even when you are reading your own work. Now it kind of gives you a skeletal picture of what exactly you're going to talk about. So if it is giving you if it is giving your reader a roadmap in approaching your thesis, it could also be a roadmap that you yourself can use while writing your own research. So I will be taking it from here while, Umberto Eco talks about blueprinting at the table of contents phase. What I will try and do is, I will try to divide academic writing into 3 major blocks. And I will deal with blueprinting at the macro level, the entire research writing, and at the mini or the micro level, which is the individual parts. And, I hope that, you'll see the benefits of such blueprinting, because imagine that your research writing is a building, is a house that you're building, and you have a blueprint right in front of you. Imagine you want to change the location of a room. Say you want to shift room number 1 in the space where room number 2 is. Isn't it much easier at the blueprinting stage than once after, the building has already been built and then it's partially built and then you are trying to, change the location? So think of it, approach it that way. And that's how I look at the blueprinting, the entire exercise of blueprinting within academic writing. And very much I see it as a part of methods of writing. And while Eco is talking only about table of contents, what I'll try and do, which I've already said, I'll try to place it against the entire block of research writing. Now, before we enter into that, there are these initial warming up stage, when we are talking about, we have that phase where we think that we have nothing to write. And it is a very, very serious stage, because that can go on forever and ever. So one of the first things that you can do, or something that, has worked always, is brainstorming. But the only thing is that for brainstorming, you always need somebody else to brainstorm with. But this is the sad truth of academics. As we start climbing higher and higher, I think our circuit keeps getting smaller and smaller. So the scope for interaction becomes so less that, hardly there is scope for actually sitting with a fellow research scholar and brainstorming. So brainstorming might be a very, very, interactive sort of a thing, but there are these other, solo activities that you can take up. Clustering is a very, very interesting way of kind of approaching research writing. And we'll get to outlining. You see, outlining is there at number 9. I will be getting to outlining. And when I talk about these warming up techniques, please do keep in mind that these are not exclusive of each other. And of course, writing itself, while there are these techniques that I can guide you through, writing itself can be very, very subjective. So, yes, there are techniques, but ultimately it's you writing. So you will have to navigate through these various techniques and find the one that suits you the best. So customize these techniques according to the way that, you feel that you'll be able to do justice to your writing. So clustering itself is something where you connect visually. Just to give you a very, very, quick look at how clustering is done. This is a way that, we used to do at these one-on-one sessions. So we should just take a piece of paper, put down your main topic right at the center, and keep having these main points and sub points which are coming out of it. At this stage, you don't need to think too much. You just keep on writing whatever comes to your mind. It is only at a later stage that from here you keep on selecting. So editing out basically. So this is a way of clustering, which is connecting visually. But many of us, we don't really understand these visual cues. Many of us are not very, we are not very comfortable with this sort of a mind mapping. For them, free writing is a very, very important technique. Now, I was telling you about Rowena Murray's work, where she's talking about how to write a thesis. She mentions that free writing, the kind of free writing that she talks about, she's talking about this guy called Peter Elbow. And Peter Elbow came up with this, technique of free writing in 1973. He also has a website. So in case you're looking for these, handouts, he has a lot of these handouts that he shares on his website. So in case you're looking for that, you can. I think I'll just put it in the chat box also, his name. It's Peter Elbow. Now, what he is essentially talking about is 5 minutes of just free writing without pausing to think about what you are writing, whether you're writing the right thing or not, whether it makes sense or not. So do not pause to edit, but write in full sentences. That is something that he keeps on saying, that you should write not in words, not in bullet points, but in full sentences. So you basically keep on writing for 5 minutes, then you stop, you take stock of the situation, then you go back to writing again. And again, it's a very, very solo activity. So the feeling of being judged, writing, rubbish, that these are things that don't really matter at this point of time. I actually, I was, when I was attending Dr. Sabyasachi's talk in the morning, Anuprita had asked a question that, when we are talking about research, we hardly talk about this aspect of storytelling, about this aspect of individuality, of subjectivity. So is research writing only factual? Is there no scope for, your own subjective intervention? It is just, is it just entering into an academic conversation and just, having a list of listing out academics? So Rowena actually mentions this kind of exercise that she did with free writers and people who are much more structured, so the structurers. And she has, in her book, if you get hold of her book, you'll see that she mentions these comments where structurers are very scared of free writing because they are always thinking in terms of structures, and free writing is far away from structuring. But a free writer writes that, when she started free writing, she realized that there was also a lot of scope of her own being that she could project into her writing. What you do with it, that subjectivity, that entire sense of morality, that own sense of your own little politically incorrect intervention into a particular topic, which we kind of say is not very important for academic writing, but it could be a valuable addition, is something that kind of enters into writing during this free writing stage. What you do with it, whether you keep it or not, because this is just the ideation stage, is up to you. But this is one way where you can actually kind of put in yourself into your own thesis. Listing is something that all of us understand. We make copious lists. We fail to kind of keep up to these lists. So think of these listing also in a similar fashion. Listing out things that you think you need to say, removing things from a list, adding more things to a list. Looping is again a very focused way of free writing, where so for clustering you just write and you do not edit. For looping, you write you freely write for 5 minutes, then you take out the main seminal point from that passage and then build up your next passage from this one seminal kind of this statement that you get from your first passage. So you form one loop, two loop, second loop, till you get to the final passage that you come up with, which makes much more sense than the first passage of free writing that you do. Cubing is again very, very interesting. So, many of us, we kind of need a certain direction. We can't really start listing out until and unless there are these leading questions or prompts that project us into thinking in a particular way. So think of the research writing in the form of a cube with 6 sides. And there's this something which she says, she mentions, and here I'm talking about Monnet. She talks about DC2A3 method, which is you describe, then you compare, then you classify, then you analyze, apply, and argue. So basically using these techniques to your own topic. So you have your own topic, and then you ask, you classify it under what category is it falling. So this is another way where you kind of have these, bullet points, and you keep on hitting your topic with these particular questions or from these particular perspectives. Questioning comes very easy to me. So, why am I writing this? How am I going to do this? What are the sources that I'm going to look at? This is a very, very interesting way. Drawing, sometimes even drawing helps. And, I've actually seen this happening where my students used to come up with sheets and used to, make this entire diagrammatic representation of their topic. And, that used to work really well. Finally, coming to outlining. And this is where, where my talk is going to my lecture is going to carry on from. Just a second. I think there's some sort of a disturbance. I don't know whether it's coming from my computer or not. Yeah.
Wasim sir, is it coming from technical stuff?
I think it's better now. Yeah.
Better? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. So then finally coming to outlining. And like I was saying, this is the major thrust. I find outlining very, very helpful. And over here, while we are coming to outlining, these various methods that I kind of discussed with all of you over here does not need to be exclusive of each other. All of them can come together while you are doing your outlining. How does this outlining work? Or rather, I should say, how do I go about it? I basically break down my entire research into 3 major parts. And I'll do this because I know that there are people from various disciplines over here. So my entry into this is through the, through the cultural studies perspective. But I think this is something that kind of works for everybody. If you envisage your research into 3 blocks, and this could work at the level of a research paper too, and at the larger level of the thesis too. You have your introduction, you have your body, you have your conclusion. Now the introduction and the conclusion for a research paper would be 1 or 2 paragraphs each. The body need not be 1 paragraph. They could be as many paragraphs as possible. For your thesis, the introduction and the conclusion would be 2 different chapters, and the body would be the various other chapters that you write to kind of prove your thesis, which is there in your introduction. So we will proceed this way. While we are doing the micro outlining, we will be looking at research writing into these three major blocks, these three rooms that you have planned in your house. So the introduction, the body, and the conclusion, and how to go about it. If you want a pictographic kind of understanding of how your research looks like, this is the standard image. And this is something I'm sure everybody knows. You start with your acknowledgement, you start with your abstract. These are two individual identities which are exclusive of each other. So they are separately kind of blocked over here in different rectangles. Then you have this one major block. There is an introduction, there is method results, which is the body, then there is the conclusion. They are all interconnected. But if you see, introduction looks like an inverted pyramid, and the conclusion looks like a proper pyramid, like a proper triangle. And this is something which is very, very interesting, something that I kind of struggled a lot with as a research scholar, because we were taught to write introduction in these, flowery language, kind of giving the background and, kind of delving into the topic and giving a lot of information, which I was shocked to realize is not at all required. The introduction is not the place to go into all those details at all. It is basically like an upturned pyramid where you start with your general kind of an idea and you kind of narrow it down to the tip of the pyramid, which would be your thesis or your major conclusion. And the rest of your methods and results go into just substantiating that particular thesis. If visual cues are something that you are not very good with, this is a very good way of kind of understanding this entire visual structure through sentences, through language. And, you can actually take a screenshot of this one, because these are questions, these are very leading questions. These are prompts that will help you kind of channel your own writing of your introduction. This helps me a lot. And again, this is, I have taken this from Murray's book, How to Write a Thesis. What she does is that she divides it into humanities and social sciences and for science and engineering, because the vocabulary that we use for the same, same part of the text or same component of writing would be a little different. So you begin with the subject of my research is. Now, the subject of your research is something which is a very, very general, it's a very, very broad sort of a thing. So again, the base of the pyramid, which is the broader part of the pyramid, you begin with that. That is your introduction, the very, very beginning sentence of your introduction, or if you're thinking in terms of your thesis, how you're planning your introductory chapter. It merits study because my work relates to others in that the research question is. These are all coming from your literature review. So you're basically, we keep telling about how academic writing is entering into this conversation, this larger conversation where you are, it's like, imagine that entering into a party and that there are these, different blocks of people who are just standing there and having a conversation, and you enter into a group and you want to enter into the conversation. So you kind of, do a bit of a kind of, you see what are they talking about, and then you pick it up from one speaker and then you carry it on into your own, whatever your views are, and then somebody else carries it on from there. Similarly, academic writing is just like that. So you pick up the strands of where you are going to begin from somebody else's research, from somebody else's opinion. And from there, while you are moving into your own research, you are formulating your own research question. So it is all, that is the reason that, literature review is given so much of an importance, because it kind of, in your own head also gives you the structure in which you can progress. Moving from there, you come to methods, where you ask the question, or you rather, kind of state that you approached whatever your research question is from a perspective of. So what method are you using? Are you using close reading? Are you using a quantitative analysis? What sort of, what is your way of entering into this conversation? What are you basing your entire claims on? And after you did that, your results, when I did that, I found you fill that up. What I think that means is that is your discussion. And finally, the conclusion. There are implications for what does it mean? How can you take it forward? So I feel like this is a very, very interesting way of kind of entering into this conversation. And you see IMRAD written over there at the bottom. Now this is something, this is one of those little cues that you can use to remember: introduction, method, research, and discussion. So this is how you should go about while you are writing any piece of research writing, be it a smaller research essay or a larger thesis. Now, while we are talking about outlining, one thing that is very, very important is that to kind of use a pattern that is easily recognizable, like, other people will be able to understand that, because there is very, very little scope of, random writing. That is something that, other people might not be able to follow. So even when you're outlining, when you're doing this entire thing about, the introduction to the body, to the conclusion, there are particular techniques that, most people use that work very, very well. Umberto Eco, when he talks about these techniques, he talks about how, for a historical research, we often end up, outlining in a very chronological fashion. When, say, if it is a very, very experimental sort of a research, in that sense, we kind of end up using a very inductive sort of a reasoning, where we kind of, we give the evidences first, and then we go on to propose a theory. We also use deductive, planning, where you kind of give your theory first, and then you give its application. There is the cause and effect plan. There is a compare and contrasting plan. So there are various ways that you can think about giving a structure to your own writing, and that depends absolutely on you, absolutely on the discipline that you're coming from, and the kind of thesis or the kind of work that you desire to do. So over here, there is a list of these that, these very, very easily, often seen kind of a pattern of organization. You begin with a simple idea, you move to the complex ideas. You begin with the weakest claims, and then you move to the strongest claims. They seem so basic, but these are things most people, like, I don't know about all of you, but I used to really struggle with just in understanding. Like, we did have our research methodology classes. We had our, discussions on these various ways of approaching writing. But when it comes down to writing itself, it was just it was a complete, I don't know how to put it, very, very daunting. So, these kind of, they're very, very basic, but they kind of help you enter into this conversation. Just take it in a chronological fashion, or, move from simple to complex, or you treat some topics early in the text because, readers would already know about those things, and then move on to the newer grounds that you are trying to cover. So always try, while you're outlining, always try to outline in a fashion that also gives it a structure that is easily not only understandable by you, but also comprehensible by other people who are approaching your writing. Moving on to that, now let's take the first chunk, introduction. But introduction is, it's always best to be left to be written right at the end of your thesis or your research paper. And here I will be slightly deviating from what Eco was kind of saying, because he does also keep on mentioning that introduction is as important as outlining. And he does mention that it doesn't mean that the introduction is going to be a final piece of work. You will constantly keep on changing your introduction. But I feel like, you only have a complete idea of how your introduction will be after you have written all your chapters, or after you have written the entire paper. So it's best to kind of go back to your introduction right at the end, but nonetheless, it might be best to kind of talk a little bit about what an introduction might mean. It is, undoubtedly the most important paragraph of your essay. Basically, it is acting like a blueprint within a blueprint for your readers, for you yourself. Anybody who's reading your entire paper should be able to understand what you're trying to do right from the introductory paragraph itself. after you're done writing your paper and then your introduction, when you go back to your introduction, it is a checklist for you to kind of, find out if you've done everything that you intended to do. So it's a very, very important paragraph. It is, kind of setting the scene, introducing the central idea, and it is stating your thesis. And we spoke about the inverted pyramid. So it is moving from the general to the specific. How to structure it. Now, while we talk about, we do know these various ways how to arrange it, but how to begin writing. And this is something that we used to use a lot of these exercises at Ashoka, where we used to ask students to come up with a hook sentence. What do you mean by a hook sentence? Something that is going to hook your readers into reading your entire paper. It's almost like you walk into a waiting room, you pick up a magazine, you read the first paragraph of each article, and you decide whether you want to continue reading it or not. So the hook sentence is something that is going to make your readers want to know more about your paper. So it's always advisable to begin with a hook, but how you use that hook, because everybody has different ways of writing, the stylistics are different. That is something I'll come to later. And that is how you do according to the way that, your discipline kind of allows you to. Then there is the methodology, where we were talking about, where is your entire work coming from? What are you continuing while with your work? And finally, the thesis statement. This is something that all of you know. Some do's and don'ts for writing an introduction. And this is, again, I know that this is a little repetitive because most of you would know what I'm talking about over here. But I think it also makes a good list just to keep it in your mind as a checklist. Don't write the introduction just for the sake of writing it. Avoid sweeping generalizations, avoid summarizing, avoid keeping the thesis statement as a secret to be disclosed in the conclusion. Now, this is something which I myself used to do in my college days, and I realized much later on the thesis statement is not something to be guarded, so mysteriously. Dictionary introductions, this is something that is always advised not to use because they can be very, very generic. And don't use a reportage tone. We'll look at more, paragraphs more, in depth. So I'll just leave it at this. But what I find more interesting is what can I write about? The do's of introduction. Again, this is an exercise or these prompts which have been kind of generated or given by Murray. And she talks about how, these, again, leading questions that help you into sequencing your introduction better. My research question is what? Researchers who have looked at this area are, they argue that debate centers on the issue of, there is still work to be done on. My research is closest to that of X in that, and my contribution will be. Now, again, I'm not saying that these are all questions need to be answered in the introduction itself, but this is a possible way of beginning to engage with your introduction before you write it down. So these might be good, cues to kind of help you think in a particular way so that you can go on to write your entire introduction. Coming to the body. Now, I am going to take substantial amount of time on the body because this is a very, very important part. In terms of just understanding what a body is, a group of paragraphs put together. Each of these paragraphs are going into proving what your thesis is. And one paragraph should always have one idea and topic sentences. What are these things? We'll come to that. Let's look at this example. This is a very, very bad example, but I thought that this would also be a very quick read. So it'll be easier for me to make my point. But over here it says, violins are made of wood. The best old pianos were made in Germany. Musicians spend a lot of time practicing. Sometimes they play for 8 hours a day. Most violinists stand up when they play alone. Taking music lessons can be expensive. The kind of wood in a violin is important. Many famous musicians started to study at an early age. You see what is happening. There are so many topics, so many things which have been put together. If I really had to pick out 3 strands from here, one would be violins, one would be piano, and one would be musicians. Now, it is advisable to have 3 separate paragraphs on them. What are these how do you kind of transition from one paragraph to another? We'll come to that. But before that, let's look at this. These are some of the key words. The moment I say paragraph and you're structuring a paragraph in a research writing, these are some of the things that immediately come to mind. You're talking about your topic sentence, then you have your claim, your counterclaim, evidence, and analysis. And all of this is going into trying to prove your argument. Now, taking these parts separately, what does a topic sentence do? Now, most people treat a topic sentence as mini outlines, basically. So every time you begin a sentence, like, the previous example that we were looking on, if you're writing a paragraph on the piano, then your topic sentence should be able to guide the reader and also to kind of restrict you from writing anything else other than the piano. So you put a topic sentence that is also helping you enter into that topic, but also limit to that topic. That is what a topic sentence does. And we will be talking about reverse outlining also, where the suggestion is that, you take only the topic sentences of each of your paragraph, put them together as a whole, see if that makes sense, if the ideas are flowing from one to the other. So that is how important the topic sentences are. So basically, it is introducing the topic that you're going to talk about in the paragraph. That helps your reader to understand what you're going to talk about, but it also helps you to kind of streamline your own ideas and stay connected to only what you are going to talk about, that one main idea that goes into proving your thesis. Now, let's, instead of doing this in a very mechanical fashion, let's look at some examples. How do we go about giving a topic sentence and, about arguing a case? This is a passage from Marjorie Snyder's "Girls Suffer Sports Concussion at a Higher Rate Than Boys. Why is that overlooked?" Also, I would request all of you to pay attention to the language, the way that it has been kind of mentioned. The flood of media attention highlighting damaged brains, dementia, suicides, and retired NFL players has made concussions synonymous with football. So the very first sentence is trying to tell you about what it's going to talk about. That attention was greatly needed. The debilitating consequences of brain injuries in football players of all ages has been severely overlooked. So you're giving your evidences first and you're moving to your claim right at the end. But the focus of this controversy has been far too narrow. It's true that young players need better equipment and stricter safety standards on the grid run. But in many of the most popular sports, boys aren't the ones most likely to be afflicted by concussions, girls are. Now that's the claim. Now it's a very roundabout way of getting to the claim, where you give your evidences first and then you make your point. Now this is one way in which you can start writing your paragraphs or structure your arguments. Case 2. Begin with the claim and use evidences to support it later. This is a passage from Neil Pollack's "Why Your Kids Are Addicted to Cars." Cartoon characters permeate every aspect of a children's existences. We serve them Transformers Lunchables and have them brush with SpongeBob branded toothpaste. We tuck them in on branded sheets, fix their owies with branded bandages, and change their branded diapers because we know, or at least we think, that the characters will make them happy. Whether our kids are sleeping, bleeding, or pooping, Spider-Man is there. Even if you operate one of those rarefied TV-free households, the brands will penetrate, assuming your children go to preschool, have friends, or eat food. So the very first line kind of gives an idea as to what you're going to talk about, how these characters are kind of, entering into your child's existence. And then you go on to giving your evidences to support it. This is another example. And okay, I'll just going back to these three cases. The language in the first case was a very reportage sort of a language. The language in the second, this is more anecdotal, more subjective, more personal. You move to this one. This again has a very, very, quantitative sort of a way that the language goes, where you start with an expert's opinion, you begin with a quote or something that somebody else has said, and then you move on to your own response as the claim. This is from Radley Balco's What You Eat Is Your Business. This June, Time Magazine and ABC News will host a 3-day summit on obesity that promises to be a pep rally for media, nutrition activists, and policymakers, all agitating for a panoply of government anti-obesity initiatives. In other words, bringing government between you and your waistline. This is the wrong way to fight obesity. Instead of manipulating or intervening in the array of food options available to American consumers, our government ought to be working to foster a sense of responsibility in and ownership of our own health and well-being. So you kind of move to your own response right at the end, and that also becomes your own claim. Looking at all these examples, there is one thing, or rather, if you really need to break it up into, understandable or comprehensible outlines, there is a topic sentence to each paragraph, and then you support or you build up your argument. How? There are two ways. One is you give a claim, then you give an evidence, then you analyze it. Or you begin with the counterclaim, you refute the counterclaim, you analyze it, and finally you move to your closing sentence. So yes, of course, I have mentioned that there are so many numerous ways of approaching writing and paragraphs, but this is the most standard way of approaching paragraphs. So while you are doing your reverse outlining, or even if you're writing, let your topic sentence guide you into writing your paragraph with just one main idea in that paragraph. And if you really want a proper structure into entering it, you can either use the claim, then the counterclaim, then the analysis and the closing sentence, or you can use the counterclaim, refute the counterclaim, give your analysis, and move to the closing sentence. These are the two most widely used techniques of writing a paragraph. I think this example will further prove it. This is an example from Ranjani Mazumdar's Bombay Cinema, and the first sentence is the topic sentence, where she's saying that writing on the culture of cities of Henry Lefebvre made a distinction between the different levels and dimensions that go into reading of a city, very clearly stating to you that you're going to talk about how a city can be read as an entity. The buzz of what actually takes place in the streets and squares constitutes the utterances of the city. So you're claiming that if we have to read a city, then we can go to their streets, we can hear the sound. That is very specific to each city, and these are the utterances of the city. Then there is a counterclaim. It is not really an exact direct counterclaim, but basically giving another perspective of looking at utterances. The language of the city, on the other hand, is made of particularities specific to each city, which are expressed in discourses, gestures, clothing, in the inhabitants. And you also see that this is also a quote. So you're also bringing in your academic source, right? So as a counterclaim, you're bringing in another scholar who has written in this field, and you're saying that yes, utterances are there, but every city has their particular specificities also to these utterances, which cannot be clubbed together as a whole. Finally, you come to your own analysis and the closing statement also, where you say that, if we really have to look at these utterances, then the tapori, which is the, cinematic articulation of a Bombay experience, then that can be taken as a special kind of utterance of the city of Bombay or the Bombay experience. I hope, I'm kind of making sense, but this is a very, very standard way of approaching your paragraphs. And even when you are kind of checking your paragraphs, this could be a very handy method to kind of see if you have given your claim, your counterclaim, your analysis. Now, coming to the kinds of paragraph, I was asking all of you to pay very close attention to the kind of language that has been used in each of these paragraphs. Yes, the structure stays the same, but how you're writing could be very, very different. I could be writing in a very different way from you. And these could be detail oriented, which are more descriptive. So you're making the claim, but you're making the claim through examples, through details, through quotations. It could be definition oriented, where you define a term by drawing distinctions from other terms, not really a dictionary definition. That is something that, you know, usually is better to avoid, but in a way where you're kind of trying to get to an understanding of a term. It could be classification oriented. It could be process paragraph. It could be a compare and contrast sort of a thing. It could be a combination of methods where you're putting together everything. So the language of how you structure can differ from one person to the other. And that is something that one should not worry too much about, because it is your own subjective touch to how you are, how you write or what you're giving to your own thesis. But what is most important over here is that whatever be your style of writing, it is best to kind of use a structure that fits the best, which is something that we just discussed with the claim, the counterclaim, the evidence, the analysis. One last example of this kind, look at, and I'm sorry, I'm using a lot of examples from cultural studies because that's my discipline, but I hope, you know, I'm being able to get my point across. And this is something which can, easily be, used to explain other, papers from other disciplines too. But look at this one last example. While artists and writers over the year have certainly done inventive work in superhero comics, some similarity in mainstream title was for many years unavoidable. This was due to the creation in 1954 of the Comics Code Authority, an organization formed by a number of the leading comic publishers to regulate the content of comics. I won't read the entire passage, but if you read through it, you will see that this person begins with a topic sentence, which is also making the claim simultaneously, and then moving into the referring to other academic work, which is also using as an explanation of why a particular thing has been happening, and ultimately coming to the conclusive sentence that the result was so and so, whatever. Don't want to get into that. But when you're moving from one paragraph to another, the other thing that becomes very, very important is the transition. So while you're talking, you're taking one main idea in each paragraph, but while you're moving from one paragraph to the other, it is also very important that these are not very randomly placed. And that is the reason that the reverse outlining is very important and can help you, because even the outlining stage, it can help you, because then you see whether at all there is a flow to your writing or not. Most often, this is what happens, that, when you're writing or moving from one paragraph to another, it becomes very difficult to find those link, topics. So the flow gets restricted, and that becomes a major, comprehensibility issue in terms of your research paper writing, and affects the quality. So that is another thing that needs to be kept in mind. Moving to the conclusion, again, I don't want to get into too much of this, because conclusion is something I feel that we all know what it's supposed to do. It is supposed to sum up your findings, draw from your data as presented in the paper to state your conclusion, and to leave ground for further research. But the most important thing, the don'ts that you shouldn't do in a conclusion: begin your conclusion with "in conclusion." Now, this is a very standard way of beginning conclusions, I know, but this is something which, in terms of assessing the quality of writing, or in general, is something that most writing centers would ask students or scholars to avoid. Stating your thesis for the first time. This is something that we have already discussed, that your thesis is not something that has to be guarded till the end. Introducing a new topic and giving evidence for the same. So that is something that you should absolutely not do. Anything that you've not said in the paper cannot appear in the conclusion. It cannot be ground for a new topic. So you just, what I usually suggest is that just sum up the main ideas of each of your paragraphs, put them together, restate your thesis statement. That's a very, very solid conclusion. Finally, coming to reverse outlining, and that is for some other lecture, because over here, it'll take me a long time to go through it. But just to give you, you can make it out from what it's called itself, that we were talking about outlining. Reverse outlining is where you basically form a skeletal form of your writing. You basically take the topic sentences and the major chunks of the major ideas, put them together into one block, and see if you have done what you had set yourself the task of, whether it's flowing, whether there is something that is completely not making sense and can be done away with. So that is again a very, very good way. And I'm already running out of time. Otherwise, I would have spoken more about the, the after writing, the proofing and the that stage. But that itself is a very, very daunting stage in itself. It can be very frustrating. It can be because, editing your own writing is very difficult. It's something that you can't do, but you have to. And that's where reverse outlining really comes to handy, because it gives you again a structure to fall back on. And I know that there are so many of us over here who are very experimental, and we like to come up with different kinds of ideas, but structure helps when it comes to academic writing. Finally, coming to the final slide, if you really have to sum up your entire thesis and write an abstract, or even to explain to somebody what your thesis is about, these are some of the leading questions that you can look at. Who are the intended readers? What did you do? Why did you do it? What happened? What do the results mean in theory? What do the results mean in practice? What is the key benefit for readers? What remains unresolved? So this could be, just answering these questions from your research could give you, your abstract, your, sometimes, even after you've written your research paper, if somebody asks you, what do you write about? You suddenly get very stumped. These are some of those questions that kind of let you hold it together and also to make sense of what you have done with your own research. So with that, I'll come to an end of today's lecture, and just putting the references up there for all of you in case you all want to have a look at that. There are a lot of these, academic writing books which are very, very helpful, but these are some of the best books which are available. So, and they're all available online, they're downloadable, so you can have a look at that. So these are some of the sources that I was drawing my lecture from. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurima ma'am. It was just a very leadership session this afternoon. It was a great pleasure to listen to your talk, and it was really very inspirational and perfectly pitched to the audience. Now I'd like to entertain few questions. Can I move forward with the question? Just one. Please mute your mics, please. Ma'am, can blueprinting be used to evaluate as a tool to increase the content validity of the assessment?
Where is this question? I'm trying to look it up in the chat box.
Ma'am, it was my query.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yes. Please, can you please ask that again?
Okay, ma'am, should I put it in the chat box?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Ma'am, I will just put it in the chat box.
Okay. All right.
There is a question for Apeksha ma'am. May I just read it out?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, sure.
Hello, ma'am. There is a question from Adrija. She is asking, and I quote, where do we put the theoretical framework? In the methodology section?
Yes, absolutely. That is a good place to put it over there. And how you're proceeding with your, entire, the writing of your thesis paper begins from there, right? So whether you're using the inductive method or the deductive method. So it begins from, if you're beginning with the theory, then absolutely the methodology section would be a good place to begin your theory from.
Okay. There is another question. Can blueprinting be used to evaluate as a tool to increase the content validity of assessment?
This is something that we usually do. So when we are asked to evaluate, MPhil dissertations or thesis, it is not always possible to read each and every word. So what we also do as evaluators is, kind of have a sense of, we do a reverse outlining for ourselves and try to look at, what are the claims that this person is making in the introduction and whether all of them have been fulfilled or not. This is a very, very helpful technique, not just for the research scholars, but actually for the evaluators too, because it helps us have a sense of this entire research as a whole. So I think it can be very handy.
There is another question from Fatima Beraksha. She is asking, I'm sorry, how to initiate thesis writing after masters? What we use, qualitative method or quantitative method? Okay, so
now about your method is something I it's a very subjective way, and this is something that I feel like nobody should be nobody should be forcing you to follow a particular way. It comes to you according to how you want to go about it. Like for me, I am a very I usually go into qualitative research. So, I don't understand quantitative research at all. So whenever I'm asked to write a paper which needs to follow the quantitative methodological structure, it becomes very difficult for me. So when you're moving from masters into your thesis writing, you already, you're moving from a small chunk of writing to a major chunk of writing that you'll need to carry for the rest of your life. So it is a very, very important piece of writing. So in that sense, I think it becomes very important to be able to be comfortable in choosing the methodology that you want to use, because if you cannot carry it till the end, then it's your thesis, it's you who will be answerable. So I would say that depending on the literature review, depending on the kind of data that you have accumulated, depending on the kind of questions that you're asking, feel free, and you should do that. You should have the freedom to go ahead and choose your own methodological structure.
Right. Thank you. Another question from Dr. Kumar Ashutosh. He's asking, where can we include suggested related topics for further research?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Is it there in the chat box?
Yes, it is there. Where can we, he's basically asking about where to include the topics of further research, Right.
So topics of further research is something that the conclusion is actually a very good place to kind of put that. Yes, of course, it is not like it's not a new topic, but what you can leave your conclusion at is that, the scope for further research. So basically that, this is something that can be carried forward from my own research. And these are, scope for further research in this area. So you can, a conclusion is basically suggested to be the place where you can leave that.
Okay. Okay. He's also like, there is he's adding to the same question. He's saying that can it be put at one place, or should it could be dispersed?
So again, back to structure, and I'm sorry because I'm also a structurer myself. So if there are free writers over here, my apologies to you. I do understand the kind of, geniusness that goes into free writing, but for academic writing, and I'm talking about this from the evaluation point of view mainly, because, ultimately your thesis will also have to go through those evaluation patterns, which you might like, might not like, but you cannot ignore it. It's going to happen. So from that point of view, a structure always works. So when you're asking that if you should mention the scope for further research in different places or not, I would suggest no. Usually when we kind of help students do the outlining, we always put the scope of further research right in the conclusion. So putting it elsewhere, until and unless it's absolutely topical with what you're discussing, it would seem very out of place and very random. So best to stick to the structure and put it in the conclusion.
Okay. There is another question from Sumita P. Her or his question is, in a thesis, do we repeat objectives, hypothesis, sampling, etc. in the conclusion chapter?
So again, repetition in what sense? Like if you are stating if you can boil down your entire sampling data or the methodology into one sentence, which is a statement, not an arguable sentence, but a statement that you're making that this is what you found, then yes, you can mention, but you need not go into it in its totality, because you've already done it in the other chapters, right? So in the conclusion, when you're mentioning it again, when you're repeating it again, make sure that it is not the entire thing that you're mentioning over and over again, but just one complete sentence.
Okay. Thank you for that. Apurva Patel,
there is just one more. Yeah.
Okay.
One more question.
She's asking, ma'am, sometimes it is also told that your PhD research proposal or synopsis could be your introduction chapter. Is this the right thing to do?
So this is a very interesting question. And this is something that I've personally kind of, I feel you personally because I've gone through this entire battle myself. But what happens is that at the stage of writing the proposal, there are many things that you claim that you will do, which you don't end up doing ultimately. Now, if you use the same proposal as your introductory chapter, then those gaps become very evident. So until and unless, and this is something, I'm quoting Umberto Eco, so it's not me, but Eco who's saying this, but he says that, if there has been no change from your proposal to your final outlining and your final thesis, it means that you have not grown as a scholar. It means that you have not done the kind of work that was required for you to do. So in that sense, of course, you can draw from your proposal to write your introduction, but there will be so much more and so much less. Your proposal will be more general and your introduction will be much more specific, because by that time you would have already done your work and you would have known if your hypothesis holds or does not hold. So you would have your thesis in place. So it does not make sense in using the proposal exactly as it is as your introductory chapter. It would be best to kind of recognize these gaps, these sweeping, claims that you have had said that you will do in your proposal, which you did not end up doing in your thesis, and kind of removing them and then putting it together as a block.
Thank you. Like there are so many questions, but okay, over to you, Apeksha ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, that's a wonderful session, and you answered all questions well. And if if a few more questions will be received, we'll just forward it to you.
Yeah, sure.
It was just a wonderful session, and we're hoping to hear from you soon.
Thank you so much. And sorry, Dr. Apeksha, I completely, I was like, looking, and this is, I think, the problem of the digital, I think.
Yes, so there was,
I missed your question. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay, ma'am. You answered already.
Okay.
It has been spoken by some.
Okay. Okay.
So, so Pratyusha, can we end this? It's your voice is muted, sir. Kindly unmute.
I was just like complimenting her, like our chat box is full of already flooded with so many questions, and at the same time appreciative remarks. So thank you very much, ma'am. And we will definitely, like as Apeksha ma'am said, we will forward you these questions.
Yes.
And we will like, if you respond like through email, we will just pass it on.
Yes, please, please. I can put my email ID also over here in case anybody wants to get in touch.
Yes.
And I think thank you so much. All credit goes to all of you at the organizing team for putting together such a great FDP. Because the colleges over here has already opened. I'm not being able to attend all the sessions, but just looks very nice. Thank you so much for doing this, and thank you so much for having me over.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we end this session right now? Yeah.
All right. So with this, I will call off. We can call off for today. So tomorrow, let us meet. We will meet tomorrow at 10:30. The link for the session for the Zoom link will remain same, but still we will share that on Telegram channel as well as on Google Classroom. So thank you, participants. Thank you, speakers, for your valuable time that you have given to us. Thank you very much. So let us disperse, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, all of you.